Remember when you were just starting out? Things were maybe a bit awkward. They were certainly scrappy, but you grew a lot along the way.
Just checking.
Turns out, we might have a lot in common. Google for Developers is here with tutorials, updates, challenges, interviews, and so much more. No matter what kind of developer you are, whether you're building for mobile, web, cloud, or AI, we know there's a lot to do to help you make connections, find solutions, and build more fun stuff. So maybe you know composable functions in Android like the back of your hand, but you're still trying to figure out how you can use generative AI, or untangling a problem at work or with your personal project. Or maybe you just want sneak peeks of what Google has in the works. Or you're all of these at the same time. There's a community here for you to collaborate with, learn from, lean on, and be inspired by. So come and check out what we have in store as you continue your journey.
Go create!
Subscribe to the channel today.
Doesn't it seem like technology is moving at the speed of light? Welcome to the Google Cloud Tech YouTube channel, your new destination for tutorials, walkthroughs, and developer announcements, with new videos releasing every week. This is where you'll find real Google engineers sharing pro tips, best practices, and answering your toughest cloud questions. Think of it as your all-access pass to Google Cloud expertise. Curious about preparing data for large language models? There's a series for that. Want to learn how to use natural language to interact with your BigQuery data? We've got you covered. Or maybe you're interested in how RAG is changing AI every day.
RAG, it's everywhere. It's not just a dirty towel. I was saying that maybe you use to clean your floor. Retrieval augmented generation.
Whether you're a pro or just starting out, there's something here for you. Our product-based learning paths and industry-leading training programs are designed to help you achieve your career goals. You'll gain insights from real-world use cases, like how devs in India are using AI to improve healthcare outcomes and to translate baby talk, or how major banks used serverless to transform their cloud journey.
Let me share some highlights.
And even some examples based in science fiction, too. We are here to support you on your learning journey and staying up to date with everything you need to start your next big project. Let's build the future of cloud technology together. Join a community of like-minded developers who want to change the world. Subscribe to the Google Cloud Tech YouTube channel and become part of our vibrant community.
Hello.
Everybody, we've now added the ability for you to vibe code with your voice. This makes it super easy to iterate on apps just by talking to it. And if you've got lots of ideas, but it takes a while to type up, this is a great solution. So now look for the speech-to-text icon in the prompt area. And then when you go ahead and press that, I'll be able to guide the app with my voice. So I want to make this app futuristic. Let's add a cyberpunk look and feel to it. And I would also love for you to add a decade selector to the app. Now, I did that drawn out at the end on purpose. And as you can see, it actually cleaned that out. So it kept it exactly to what I was saying while removing all of the filler and mistakes that I might have been making while I was dictating. And then I can just go ahead and send that. And there you have it. It's made a futuristic version of the app. It's added all of the animations, and it was all vibe coded with my voice.
ทดสอบโอเคครับผมก็ระหว่างรอทีมงานเซตอัพนะครับเดี๋ยวอีเวนต์เรากำลังจะเริ่มแล้วนะครับสำหรับท่านใดที่ยังอยู่ข้างนอกหรือแบบมีเพื่อนมาแล้วแบบเพื่อนกำลังมานะครับก็อาจจะเรียกให้เข้ามาจับจองที่นั่งกันข้างในได้นะครับเดี๋ยวอีเวนต์เรากำลังจะเริ่มแล้วนะครับแล้วนะครับก็สวัสดีนะครับแล้วก็ยินดีต้อนรับ Developer ทุกท่านนะครับเข้าสู่งาน DevFest Cloud Bangkok 2025 ครับนะครับขอต้อนรับทุกท่านอย่างเป็นทางการเลยนะครับผมนะครับกาฟิลจาก GDG on campus จุฬานะครับจะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรในวันนี้ครับ and good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to DevFest 2025 we are so excited to have you all todayนะครับก็ดูทุกคนตื่นเต้นกันมากๆเลยนะครับวันนี้ ไหนมีใครเคยมา DevFest ครั้งแรกไหมครับขอยกมือหน่อยครับโอเคจากตอนเวิร์กช็อปตอนเช้าก็เยอะนะครับเราได้รู้จักกันเนาะได้แบบมาทำคอนเนคชั่นกันนะครับแล้วก็DevFestเนี่ยเราจัดกันมาหลายปีแล้วมีใครมาปีนี้เป็นปีที่2ปีที่3บ้างไหมครับโอเคครับสุดยอดเลยนะครับก็ขอบคุณมากๆนะครับที่ติดตามตัวของ GDG ของเราเนาะไม่ว่าจะเป็น on campus หรือว่า Cloud Bangkok แล้วก็ตัว GDG Bangkok ด้วยนะครับก็สำหรับระหว่างที่เรากำลังจะรอพิธีเปิดแล้วก็เซสชั่นแรกของเรานะครับก็เดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตแจ้งข้อมูลเล็กน้อยแล้วกันนะครับก็สำหรับใครที่ได้สั่งเสื้อไว้นะครับทั้งเสื้องานแล้วก็ เสื้องานแล้วก็ตัวของตัวกางเกงช้าง GDG Cloud Bangkok เนาะก็ถ้าใครยังไม่ได้ไปรับก็มีโต๊ะรับอยู่ด้านหน้างานนะครับแล้วก็สำหรับใครที่เดี๋ยวอาจจะอยากเข้าห้องน้ำนะครับห้องน้ำจะอยู่ทางขวามือของทุกท่านนะครับก็คือซ้ายมือผมทางด้านนี้เนาะโอเค so just a few notes before we getting start if you are not collecting your amazing swag yet please do so at the swag desk outside and restrooms are located at right side of the hall แล้วก็อีเวนต์ของเรานะครับก็อีเวนต์ดีๆแบบนี้เนาะจะเกิดขึ้นไม่ได้เลยถ้าเกิดเราไม่มีสปอนเซอร์เวนูสำคัญอย่าง KBTG นะครับก็ KBTG ก็ขอบคุณเรื่องของสถานที่ด้วยนะครับ KBTG เนี่ยเป็นงานเทคโนโลยีของธนาคารกสิกรไทยเนาะครับก็ขอบคุณทาง KBTG ไว้ณที่นี้ด้วยนะครับก็เราก็มาใช้ตัวสถานที่ของ KBTG หลายงานและทั้ง I/O Cloud Extended หรือว่า DevFest ปีที่แล้วก็ได้มาใช้ที่นี่นะครับปีนี้เราก็ได้กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งเนาะก็ขอบคุณทาง KBDG มากๆเลยครับไว้ในที่นี้นะครับสำหรับท่านที่เพิ่งเข้ามานะครับสามารถจับจองตัวที่นั่งได้เลยนะครับผมก็เดี๋ยวจะดูจาก agenda วันนี้นะครับเราค่อนข้างอัดแน่นเรื่องของ AI แล้วก็ข่าวมากๆเลยนะครับในช่วงบ่ายนี้เนาะโดยที่เราเนี่ยมีสปีกเกอร์บินตรงมาจากหลายที่เลยนะครับถ้าจะเกิดว่าจะสังเกตนะครับบางเซสชันเนี่ยจะมีวงเล็บ en บางเซสชันจะมีวงเล็บ th ไว้ก็คือเซสชันที่วงเล็บ th ไว้ก็คือเซสชันนั้นจะเป็นในรูปแบบภาษาไทยแล้วก็เซสชันที่เป็น en นะครับก็อาจจะเป็นสปีกเกอร์จากต่างประเทศเนาะก็จะดำเนินเซสชันในภาษาอังกฤษนะครับ so here's our agenda and we have many wonderful sessions today covering cloud and AI please note that a few sessions will be in Thai English โอเคครับมีข้อมูลเพิ่มเติมมาครับว่าเดี๋ยวเซสชันหลายๆเซสชันเราจะเป็นอังกฤษแทนนะครับเพื่อรองรับ international audience เนาะ ก็เดี๋ยวมา go to session คร่าวๆเลยนะครับวันนี้เรามีทั้งหมด7 session นะครับโดย session แรกนะครับก็จะเริ่มจาก what next in Google AI and Cloud นะครับแล้วก็ตามด้วย building agentic system and with A2A MCP and ADK นะครับหลังจากนั้นครับไปต่อกันเลยครับด้วย speed building white agent a workshop of tip trick and hack to build a winning agent นะครับหลังจากนั้นเราก็จะมีการเบรกสักครู่ครับแล้วก็จะอัดกันไปจุกๆด้วยอีก4 session นะครับโดยมี workshop build your own tech too long didn't read app grounding cloud run and no code email automation Kubernetes simplify นะครับ intelligent troubleshooting with KX with Kubernetes and Gemini นะครับแล้วก็ตัว on device AI with Light RT แล้วก็เสร็จปุ๊บนะครับเซสชันสุดท้ายของเราก็จะเป็น social media product video generating with nano banana VO with Google AI Studio นะครับผมก็อัดแน่นกันจุกๆเลยนะครับแล้วก็ตอนท้ายอีเวนต์ของเรานะครับสำหรับคนที่อยู่จนถึงจบท้ายอีเวนต์นะครับก็จะมีตัว Lucky Draw ได้จับรางวัลสแวกสุดเท่กันด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็สำหรับวันนี้นะครับบรรยากาศดีๆแบบนี้ถ้าใครได้มาถ่ายรูปถ่ายสตอรี่นะครับได้เจอเพื่อนใหม่ๆเนาะก็ถ้าจะโพสต์ลงก็อย่าลืมติด #DevFest Cloud BKK 2025แล้วก็ #GDG Cloud Bangkok กันด้วยนะครับ So we love to see your experience today. If you posting on social media, please use #DevFest Cloud Bangkok DevFest Cloud BKK 2025 and #GDG Cloud Bangkok แล้วก็สำหรับพิธีเปิดของเราในวันนี้นะครับก็พิเศษมากๆเลยโดยที่เราจะมีตัวของคลิปพิเศษจากคุณสัดดาพิชัยนะครับมาทักทาย developer ชาวไทยทุกท่านครับเดี๋ยวเชิญรับชมกันก่อนได้เลยนะครับ
Hi everyone, welcome to DevFest. We're so glad you're here. AI progress is happening at warp speed, and we are starting to see its benefits for people, businesses, and science. It's this generation of developers that will crack open our most important problems. That's why we are working to put our latest breakthroughs, including our Gemini and Gemma models, directly in your hands. The opportunity space for developers is also expanding, freeing up more time to create, problem solve, and have fun. For example, vibe coding represents a new phase for building things into existence. I've been messing around with it, trying to build a custom web page with all the sources I want in one place, and I'm getting there. All to say it's an exciting time, and I can't wait to see what we will build together. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy the rest of DevFest.
Welcome to DevFest. Super excited to have you all here. And isn't it a super cool opportunity and a moment to be a developer? What's possible for you to build and how ambitious you can be as a developer is increasing something like 10 to 100x over what it was a couple of years ago. And I've been spending a ton of time like living this more ambitious problem-solving space in AI Studio, where I'm literally able to go now from a single prompt to a working AI app in probably like 90 seconds.
Today, we finally have the tools to build what was once considered science fiction. AI isn't just a concept. It's a practical tool ready to augment your abilities as a developer, not just for creating apps, but also to maintain them over time and to keep them secure. This means less time managing infrastructure and more time focused on what you do best, building innovative applications that can reach hundreds of millions of users.
But it goes beyond the AI-human collaboration loop. There's this special magic when you come together and you're hacking with a bunch of your friends or a bunch of people that you're meeting who are also excited about this moment as you are. And my push for you all is what was possible 6 months ago is very different than what's possible today. So be as ambitious as you can possibly be.
All of these tools are designed to be responsible, safe, secure, and scalable, giving you the confidence to build and to innovate. The power to create the next generation of intelligent applications is in your hands. We can't wait to see what you build today. Let the DevFest begin.
ก็เป็นคลิปเปิดสั้นๆนะครับสำหรับงาน DevFest ในปีนี้เนาะก็เดี๋ยวในวันนี้นะครับเราก็ถ้าเรามีสไลด์โดเนาะเป็น Q&A นะครับถ้าเกิดว่าแบบตลอดเซสชั่นทั้งวันนี้นะครับใครมีคำถามนะครับก็รบกวนอาจจะถ่ายรูปสไลด์โด QR code นี้ไว้ก่อนนะครับเพื่อเข้าร่วม Q&A เนาะ And for today Q&A we got Slido. Please scan the QR code. If you have the question, don't be shy to ask away. เดี๋ยวขอแชร์จอนี้ไว้สักครู่นะครับเพื่อให้ทุกคนได้ถ่ายรูปกันเนาะแล้วก็ลำดับถัดไปนะครับก็เป็นโฟโต้ไทม์นะครับเดี๋ยวเราจะขอถ่ายรูปร่วมกันก่อนนะครับเดี๋ยวพี่ฝนครับเราจัดออเดียนยังไงดีครับ
ได้ค่ะเดี๋ยวให้สปีกเกอร์นะคะ The speaker will sitting on the side. Can you please squeeze in the middle, please? In the middle, we have the photo here.
ได้ครับ
Yeah, I think we need to sit in
Okay. Everyone.พี่ฝนตรงกลางเลยเดี๋ยวด้านขวามือนะครับได้ครับสตาฟ2 แถว
ตัดมาข้างหน้านิดนึงนะคะสตาฟเข้ามาถ่ายรูปเลยค่ะสตาฟ
2 แถวนะครับตัดมาข้างหน้าฝั่งนี้เลยครับได้ครับโอเคครับได้ครับได้ครับตรงไหนคือกลางโอเคครับ Everyone say cheese ครับผมOne more.
Okay.
1, 2, 3
ท่าเดิมแหละ
Okay.
Last one.
We will pay together. 1, 2, 3, hey. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. เอาเลยไหมครับพี่เจมส์ต้องเซตอัพอะไรก่อนไหม สลับจอ Okay, everyone, and for our first session today, please welcome พี่เจมส์ณัฐวิน โรจน์เจริญปีดา For our session, What New in Google AI and Cloud. Please welcome. Can we have a loud applause? Yeah. Okay.
Hello โอเคสวัสดีครับก็ผมเจมส์นะครับ Good afternoon everyone so this session it was supposed to be in Thai but I was just asked to change to English so yeah hopefully everyone can like understand this session so since we start a little bit late so I'm gonna go through this quickly my session is nothing but just like a quick update about like Google AI technology and like some cloud stuff right and after this session, I've seen that like that there are tons of like useful session and workshop and all those stuff, right? So looking forward for like all of you guys to enjoy those sessions. Right, so we're gonna get started into the session then. Right, have any one of you used all of this stack on Google Cloud before? Starting from like the bottom AI infrastructure like GPU, TPU, data like BigQuery, Model Gemini, AI platform like Vertex AI, and agents and application. Or has anyone like used any of like this stack before on Google Cloud? Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, there are quite a few people. Good. All right, so in Google Cloud, we offer you like, we are Google Cloud's AI optimized stack now, right? So this era is like everyone is talking about AI. So Google Cloud, we offer like from end to end, bottom to top, top to bottom, from the infrastructure layer to the end user applications, right? So let's first start with this Gen Media right away. I'm gonna go through pretty quickly because I think I have like only like 15, 20 minutes, right? So the first thing, Gen Media on Vertex AI. Has anyone used VO before? VO 3. Yeah, how was it? I think it's pretty cool, right? So yeah, the first one, Gemini Flash Image. I think you might not be familiar much with this name, but the AKA is Nano Banana. I think almost of you might have heard about this name, Nano Banana. I think it's pretty good image generation model. The second one, VO3 has been launched for like quite a while already, but recently it just got a new update. We call it VO 3.1. This comes with exceptional video generation. It has like an update for video generation quality and camera control as well. You can like set up the interpolation. You can incorporate like multiple images, set up the start scene and the end scene, right? And the last thing, Gemini Live. I'm not sure if you have heard about this, but we have a model called Gemini Live Native Audio, which instead of like typing text and like chatbot, right? You can interact it with voice directly. So this is like a native voice model. And we have Share for like TTS and Relia if you want to generate some music as well. Those are available on Google Cloud right now. Right, so this one, Gemini 2.5 Flash Image on Nano Banana. I think most of you might have played with this model already, so I think it's show like a very promising result, right? Whether you want to do like text to image, style transfer, multi-image like generation, you can like use multiple image as reference as well. Or you can, previously there was a problem that like lots of image generation model cannot keep up with the character consistency, right? But with this Nano Banana, that problem is solved right now. And the next one, as I mentioned, we all just got updated to 3.1. So it comes with multiple ingredients to video, right? So you can insert up to 3 pictures as reference. I'm sorry the video didn't work out, but that's fine. So it's like you can use these 3 pictures to create a video based on those references, right? The second thing, now it support vertical video ratio right now. So instead of like creating a movie scene like 16:9, you can create like a TikTok video right now. And the last thing for the interpolation, as you can see that we have 2 reference images. The first one as a start scene, the second one as an ending scene, right? So we all will be able to interpret that and generate that video from the start to the end from the reference. All right, so on Google Cloud, I think, do anyone not know what ADK is? Okay, cool. So I think everyone has used, cool. Right, so we have ADK, right, the agentic framework, right? This is open source, like, it's actually like pretty active. Like internally, we discussed that this is actually a thing. So we have like the internal product team and staff like actively working on this and like improving this library. So yeah, just want to ensure you guys that this open source, it has like a good long life part to go. The second part is A2A, agent to agent protocol. I'm pretty sure all of you might be familiar with like MCP and all those stuff already, right? So A2A is not a replacement of MCP, but it's kind of like a complement to MCP. This helps agent to communicate with each other, agent to agent. And the last one, AP2, Agent Payment Protocol. This was recently launched, I think, around month or 2 months ago. So it's kind of like a standardized way for agents to do the checkout, perform the payment, and all those stuff instead of you, right? So Google trying to came up with like all those standardized protocol and all those stuff to make agentic work. Right. So that's on ADK, A2A, and all those media model, right? We recently just, I wouldn't say launch, but it's kind of like rebranding. I'm not sure if you have heard about Agent Space before. No? Okay, right, so just forget that name, right? Gemini Enterprise, this is not Gemini, not the one that you access on gemini.google.com. This is a different product. Right, so you can think of this as your enterprise internal knowledge base search. Like you combine between the power of Google search and Gemini together, but with your own data. Right, so what it can do is that it has the brain, right? So you can use the power of Google search and Gemini model itself. You have a single chat platform, same UI for like all the chat platform, right? And you have the task force, you can like build the agent or customize your own agent to like perform some tasks on this platform as well. And another thing is that it will be able to connect to third-party data source as well. For example, like if you are using Google Workspace and you want all the context about like your calendar, Google Drive, and all like everything, Slack as well, like SharePoint and all those stuff, and then you'll be able to like ask the question and interact with it directly from this console. The UI will look something like this. So it kind of looks the same as Gemini.google.com, right? I think everyone is pretty familiar with it. But it will be able to interact with your internal data or the external data source that you connected to, right? So it has grounding, citation, it can perform Google web search and all those things as well. And if you have used deep research on Gemini itself. So with Gemini Enterprise, you can actually perform deep research based on your internal data right now. Right, so Gemini Enterprise is not just allowing you to like interact with those data, just chat with the bot and all those stuff. We know that you want to customize things. You want something more flexible, right? So we actually, Gemini Enterprise support you to like, you can build your own agent onboarded into Gemini Enterprise platform, and then your internal employee or like you can use that agent on that platform as well, right? So for example, you can like use ADK to build your own agent and then publish it. And then everyone in your company will be able to use that agent across the platform. Right, so that Gemini Enterprise, this is the new update for Gemini model itself. So computer use, right now, I think you might have seen those videos already that like we're now in the phase that we will let the model, the AI itself control our browser, control our computer, right? But there was like no API or anything exposed publicly to us yet, right? So this Gemini computer use, this is a new model based on Gemini 2.5 Pro, but trained specifically for computer use, right? This model is in public preview right now. You can test, you can check it out on Google AI Studio and Vertex AI. Or you can try it quickly, just go through gemini.browserbase.com, right? Just try a few quickly, like checking the current stock price. You will see that it actually like getting the latest result is not just like some mock video. Right, the next thing is improve Gemini 2.5 Flash and Flashlight. So I know Gemini 2.5 Flash and Flashlight, they are launched for like so many months ago, like years already, right? I think everyone have used this already, but we are actually continuing to improve those models, right? It's not just that we launched 2.5 and then that's it. We're just working on like the newest version. We're actually continuing to improve to optimize the current model, right? So with this improvement for Gemini 2.5 Flash, it enhanced a better accuracy for agentic tool use. So right now, this 2.5 Flash will be able to accurately use tool or function calling that you push, that you attach to the model. And it has more efficiency as well. It means that like with the output token efficiency, it can actually save the cost more too. Right, for Gemini 2.5 Flashlight, right, this is kind of like the smallest model in Gemini family. So it has improvement on better instruction following, reduced verbosity as well, and stronger multimodal like support, like multiple type of media files or documents, right, and translation capabilities. So you can check this out. There is no change in the code base at all. If you are using Gemini 2.5 Flash, the model name is still the same. It's just the improvement on the backend side. Right. Another thing, you know Gemini, we can ground with Google search, right? This is kind of like a common thing right now. But we actually launched grounding with Google Maps, right? But it was like private preview. It's not like publicly launched yet. But right now, this grounding with Google Maps is GA, generally available now. So everyone can use this one. So it allows your Gemini or your agent, AI agent application to be able to like fetch the data, trying to search or ground the data based on Google Maps data, which has like more than millions of places data across the world. Right, so that's for Gemini. Vertex AI Agent Engine. Have you heard about this agent engine? Or has anyone used it before? No, not, oh, two. Thank you. Really? No one has heard about it? Right. So on Vertex AI, we have another service, like the sub-service inside Vertex AI itself called Agent Engine. So basically, when you develop some AI agent application, right, think of it as a normal application. You need to like find infrastructure to deploy it, or you can like utilize something like Cloud Run or any serverless to deploy your application, right? But there will be other components that you will need to like manage or develop by yourself. For example, like how are you gonna manage the session? How are you gonna manage the memory? How are you gonna like handle the scaling and all those stuff, right? So with Agent Engine, it allows you to easily deploy. Like for example, if you develop using ADK, LangChain, LangGraph, all these popular open source, Agent Engine supports all this open source. So you can easily develop and deploy on this agent, and it will be fully fully managed by Google, right? And the good thing about Agent Engine is that it is a runtime, so it is fully managed, right? So you don't have to like worry about the scaling, the security, the memory, and all those stuff, right? It has context management. It has a shared session and long-term memory that will manage automatically for you if you like open this feature, right? The quality, it also come with a native Vertex AI evaluation service. Because you know that like when we are building AI agent or AI application, evaluation is actually quite a crucial piece, right? So you need to ensure that this is getting into place as well. And we have a full monitoring as well, so you don't have to like add on the code, build up your custom monitoring dashboard and all those stuff. This is integrated directly to Google Cloud Trace. So once you deploy your agent, ADK into Agent Engine, you'll be able to trace all the interaction on Google Cloud Monitoring Suite, right? And the advanced tool for like code execution, agent simulation, and all those stuff. So when we're talking about Agent Engine, I mentioned that Agent Engine also offers you sessions and memory bank, right? So when you develop your AI agent, there are like two kinds of memory. The first one is short-term memories and long-term memories, right? So if you want to build that yourself, that's fine. You can build and manage everything yourself. But if you don't want to like spend lots of time managing all this stuff, like how are you gonna store it, how are you gonna like retrieve it efficiently and all those stuff, you can actually use this feature on Agent Engine right now. So it is in pre-GA, but you can check it out on Google Cloud now. So I'll just skip this slide. So it's basically talking with the same thing. We have like session and memory bank for your agent application. Right, so we're getting down into the bottom layer, AI hypercomputer. I know everyone must be like pretty familiar with like GPU, NVIDIA, and all those stuff, right? Their stock is growing like super, right? But Google is also increasing a lot as well, right? So we offer quite a broad range of like accelerators, including like NVIDIA and all those stuff as well. And with the latest generation from NVIDIA as well, the Blackwell one, right, B200 GPU is also available on Google Cloud. But Google also has its own accelerator. We call it TPU. I'm not sure if you have used this TPU before. Ironwood, this is the latest generation. It's actually performance, I would say it's the equivalent to B200 and from NVIDIA. So I would encourage you to check this out as well, because the price, performance, and like all those stuff is actually, you can check it out and you'll see like how amazing it is. The new updates for TPU as well. Do you guys know what VLM is? Okay. How about on the top? Do you know what VLM is? Okay, I think only a few. Right. So basically, you can think of VLM as an application to host your LLM model. For example, if you want to like deploy Llama, right? You need to like develop some application to host that and use that application to inference, right? You need to like call into the endpoint, get the result back from the LLM model. So this VLM is like a server to host your LLM model, right? Previously, it supports both GPU and TPU, but the TPU performance on this VLM it is worse than GPU. But right now with this new version, optimized specifically for TPU, so we got a significant improved performance, right? A lot better right now. So I encourage you to check it out as well. So it now supports broader range of LLM models as well, right? Okay, so that's pretty much it for the AI things. I know like lots of AI is going on, but just to give you a few updates on the other part as well. For GKE update, right now, in-place pod resize with VPA. I know some of you might not be familiar much with Kubernetes, but this is I think this is a cool feature if you are working or managing infrastructure and you need to like scale up and down workloads all the time, right? So with this feature, it allows you to scale without or to no to low disruptive to your pod. Like for example, if your pod needs to scale up, normally you would need to like shut down that pod, or you need to like spin up another pod with a larger size, right? And then you need to like move the traffic into that one. But with this in-place pod resize, it means that you can resize your pod immediately without like spinning up another resource, like to spend more of your money, right? Another cool update for GKE autopilot mode. Previously, GKE offer you 2 options. I would say actually 3. The first one is GKE Autopilot, GKE Standard Cluster, and the last one is GKE Enterprise, but I'm not going to talk about that. GKE Autopilot is kind of like a differentiator from GKE to other Kubernetes cluster provider. We bring these capabilities from autopilot mode that you don't need to like manage your own infrastructure. Just specify the resource that your pod need to run. And then all the machine, all the infrastructure, all the node will be managed automatically by Google. So we bring these capabilities into standard cluster as well. So if you are running GKE standard cluster and you are on version 1.34 and above, you'll be able to utilize this functionality right now. And it's actually pretty cool that this autopilot also supports GPU and TPU as well. Right. It comes to the developer productivity, Gemini CLI extension. How many of you are fans of Gemini CLI? Okay, cool. I guess others are like Cloud Code or some like other stuff, right? It's okay, just check Gemini CLI. Right, so Gemini CLI extension, basically you can think of it as adding MCP server or adding tools to Gemini CLI, right? Previously, when you want to install some like MCP server or all those tools, you need to like go into the configuration file, the setting, and then add all those setup, right? But Gemini CLI make that installation step easier. So you can just run this below command, Gemini extension install, and then add that GitHub URL or your local repo, right? And then it will just like get all the metadata and set up all the configuration for you, right? So this is quite simplify how you're gonna like work or add your MCP or tools into Gemini CLI. Yep, for Gemini, not for Gemini, but there is a new MCP server as well. You can use it with Gemini CLI or any other AI agents as well. Chrome DevTools. This is to like, you can think of it as you give a vision or eyes for your agent, right? So with Gemini CLI, it will be able to interact with Chrome browser directly. So it will be able to like navigate through the DOM component and all those stuff. So it will be able to like, I would say, make UI more beautifully. Yep, because Gemini CLI, initially, if you don't have any design or any reference for it, it will be pretty bad at like building the UI stuff. And if you are Rust developer, Google Cloud, we offer Rust SDK right now. It is generally available now. So if you're like building lots of cool stuff using Rust, it's now available. So you can just use like this Rust SDK to interact with Google Cloud directly. It's built in with like all the options as well. And there are like tons of documentation and code examples already there publicly. So yeah, please check it out if you are a Rust developer. And yeah, I think we're almost getting to the end. I know this is quite, something is not really related to us that much, but if you are in a security field, right? So there's actually a discussion on like how we're gonna secure the world after the quantum things, right? We call it post-quantum. So like when the quantum computer comes in, right? There will be like lots of security issue and all those stuff. So how are we gonna plan to handle that? And what kind of like encryption, what kind of security can we put in place to protect that? So Google Cloud right now if you're familiar with Cloud KMS, Key Management Service, for like encryption and all those stuff, right now we offer this algorithm that is post-quantum safe. So you can utilize this one if you want that high security, or you have like if you need to comply with like some regulatory requirements and all those stuff. Google Cloud supports it right now. Oh, video doesn't work. Okay, it's okay. This is another interesting thing I would say from Google itself, right? Google just recently published quantum echoes algorithm. So previously, if you are like into quantum area, you will know that to handle the quantum state and all those stuff is pretty like expensive and pretty hard to do that, right? But right now, with this new algorithm, which is verifiable and repeatable, it means that with the same code, same algorithm, you can repeat that and always get the same result. So this actually bringing quantum computer closer to a practical applications now, right? So please check it out on YouTube. Just search for quantum Xcode on YouTube. And I think that video is like super interesting if you're like really into quantum field. Right, so we come to an end. The last slide, I'll let you get what I'm gonna say on this slide. Any guess? Yeah, I heard some. Any other guess? Okay. That's fine. Yeah, you're right. So I'm gonna like briefly talk about Thailand region. So I think I know our competitors are launching for quite a while already, but Google Cloud is coming. Right. I cannot give much detail, but I'm sure that if you're looking forward to this next year, just stay tuned. It will come soon. Right. So yeah. I think that's pretty much it for my session, and I hope you enjoy all the rest workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete James, so much for the great session. And next up, we will going to dive into building voice agent with the session Speed Building Voice Agent Workshop of Tip, Trick, and Hack to Building Winning Agent. Sorry. And next up, we will dive into the ADK, A2A, and MCP with session Building Agentic System with A2A, MCP, and ADK by Mr. Wei Yuan Liu. Pete, join me in having a big round of applause. Yeah. Thank you so much. The stage yours ครับ
Testing. Okay, just give me a moment. It's trying to connect right now. For some reason, it's asking me to identify my keyboard. Yeah, I'm going to try with this instead.
I think you can try. Yes, then you can try.
Shouldn't be that. It should be, I think, because something is not enabled here yet.
Sorry.
Go for it.
Oh, here. This one. Use to.
Oh, yeah, can mute. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. Do you have to show? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll wait for the screen to come up first. But just to give a quick introduction for myself. Oh, okay. Oh. All right, awesome. Thanks. Okay, let's get started. My name is Wei Yuan. I'm a senior engineering manager in this company called Ascenda. Mostly we build financial systems for other companies, loyalty systems mainly. So essentially, if you have points in using a credit card, for example, our platform allows you to redeem those points for products. But today I'm not going to be talking about that. Today I want to talk about something that may be more closer in our hearts in terms of how you want to build AI agents using different technologies today. Okay, and I think one sentiment that I like to put out is that it's a very confusing world today. I think especially if you look at the last 2 years, all these different SDKs being thrown to you, and then there's like, in the last 12 months, we've heard about ADK, MCP, A2A. There's so many different things that you can use to create AI-powered applications. So I want to help to demystify that a little bit, and also to be able to, maybe share my thoughts on how you can build proper AI-powered applications using the right tools that are available to you. So the first question I would definitely want to ask you is, before you even start building any application, what do you aim to build first? Because you don't necessarily need any of the things I'm telling you today if you're building something that's maybe a little bit more simple. So for example, today we're going to be touching a lot about AI agents, but if let's say you are focusing a lot on just building an AI-powered application, maybe doing translations with correcting of typos, actually you can already just use the more simplified Gen AI SDK to solve for your problem. Okay, so for example, you can use the AI Studio offerings by Google. So the public one, Google AI Studio or Vertex AI Studio in Google Cloud. Use that to test some sort of prompt over here, and then get like the results that you want. And basically, you can use this to test for whatever inputs coming from your user mixed together with your prompt. And then use this studio to generate code that you can put in the code base. Okay, so this is not exactly, again, not going to AI agents, but more about if you're just trying to create simple AI-powered applications, okay, and integrating really easy based off of the studio-generated code. Of course, for folks who are asking about LangChain, there's also the LangChain equivalent for the modules if you are looking at using Google and its Gemini models here. One thing I just want to say that as one of the experts, I think, going around for the last few years talking about some of these libraries, I think it's important to also mention that over the years, I think these SDKs have somewhat diversified quite a bit. And I think Google, at some level, is also trying to unify some of these experiences. So one thing I just want to mention out there is that I understand the confusion in terms of some of these SDKs that we are asked to use. I think, for example, the generative AI SDK, there has been something that 1 year ago, that's something that a lot of us used to build AI applications. But today, the larger push is going towards the Google Gen AI SDK. Okay, and of course, there are multiple benefits like being able to use the live API as well as VO when you're moving to this mainly the main supported SDK. Just also note that for those who have built your own applications with this before, the older SDKs does have a timeline to it, like where they will stop all support. So just to mention it out there, more as a PSA if you have applications using this older SDK. Okay, but that's that for in terms of AI-powered application, simple use cases that doesn't require interaction or autonomous decision-making, which is what we want with AI agents. If you need more simplified applications, AI-powered applications can just use the regular SDKs. But we want to talk about AI agents. So what exactly is AI agents? Before we even jump into building it, just to explain very quickly that this is not just about building chatbots or having that like conversation alone. It's part of that. It's a subset of that, but it's not that alone. I think there are a few key defining features, and I'll say two main things that I would look at, like what an AI agent is. Basically, being able to perform complex multi-step tasks, like entire processes by itself, and more importantly, autonomously. Like if you're talking about a chatbot, you're usually looking at the chatbot asking you for permission to do something, and usually it's just like, back and forth, back and forth. But an AI agent is more than that. It's not just fronting a chat interface. Think of something like a CI/CD system or entire pipeline where you have AI agents in the middle, right, performing all these decisions by themselves. By, for example, let's say scanning out code. figuring out there's a security vulnerability. Maybe they'll do something automatically from there, pulling back a release, for example. Okay, and when you're talking about AI systems, it's also not just looking at one single agent alone. We're talking about orchestration of multiple agents together that scales up with complexity as they communicate with each other. And this is where we'll touch on how you can build AI agents today, right? Using some of these technologies that has been introduced out there. Okay, so let's start first with, for those who have not created any of your AI agent by yourself, right? Let's start with the basics first. If you want to create your own AI agent, very much would recommend that you go with ADK to create it. This is just one way of doing it. Of course, there are other ways of doing it, but one quick entry point for you to get started. Two main languages that are supported right now for creating agents, Python and Java. I'll talk about other languages later on. Just one quick tip, if you're looking at building your own agent, I was confused at the start with this ADK web GitHub repository before, because when you see the demos, usually people will show you this very nice, cool chat interface directly interfacing with the agent. You don't have to install this. It comes along with these other ADKs that you will use to create your agents. So please don't install this. Yeah, just a small tip. I mentioned about other languages as well. This is not really NDA type of information, but it's actually out there already. It's kind of there already. If you go to Google's GitHub account, right, you actually can browse from the repositories. They have actually started working on some ADKs for other languages, like one example being JavaScript. But that's it, it's experimental, or this is not even at release stage yet, so please don't use that for production. But it's just more for a hint on what's there to come. For most application developers, usually I would guess that you are using things like Rust, Go, JavaScript. So more likely you will build your AI agent using something like JavaScript instead. So do watch out for that. I think the next few months, they probably will release more news about this. Okay, let's get into, again, like I said, basics. I want to touch on the code a little bit, but I won't go in too deep. I think it's to give you the main things that you need to get started. So if you're looking at creating your own AI agent, these are some things that you need over here. You need to install the ADK, SDK over here. Okay. But the few main configurations you need to note about, the model configuration, what model ID you want to use. Gemini, there's multiple variants of it. Of course, if you don't want to use Gemini, there are examples out there that shows you how you can replace this one configuration with other model configurations instead. Okay, so not necessarily just Gemini. Okay, another important thing is within your designing of an AI agent, you don't just want to create a regular chatbot that does the same thing as what everyone else does. Your product usually has some sort of specific feature, right? Let's say maybe you're building something for a specific e-commerce store. So maybe you want to connect it to some function that reads from your database. So you want some sort of tools or custom tools or function calling to be able to read from your database. Okay, and that's where you set the configuration to the agent to be able to touch your local utility. Okay, and one more thing is when you're creating an agent, there's also callback configurations that you can put in for additional behavior. So for example, you can see over here, this callback, last callback line over here, you can set rate limiting functions on top of how your agent behaves. So giving you additional ways of configuring how the agent should operate. Okay, and once you have created your agent, I think earlier on during the labs, right, if some of you were in the workshop, you might have seen that they will touch on something like the runner, right? So this is important for integrating with the rest of a code base. Like let's say you're writing in Python here, right? It's not just writing the agent code and that's it. You also need to figure out a way to pass in the user input, okay? So it's important that you link it with create the runner using the ADK SDK over here, okay? And you can see over here that this links to the agent variable that we created on the left, okay? And then basically, all you need to do is just call the run function from a runner to pass in your inputs, to have that sort of conversation going on. Okay, so that's essentially the basics of being able to set up your agent from there that usually isn't being discussed about, but just two quick concepts to allowing you to have that entry point really quickly in your agent. Okay, so let's get into the deeper details of. The thing is, if you are creating AI agent, it's about the custom functions. No one wants to create a chatbot and then it does the same thing as every other AI agents out there, where it's just chatting with the agent's base information that's trained on. So you want to add some custom functionality. If you're asking it a question about your local database, you want it to do something. or if you have some specific functions that you put inside, you want it to be able to inform the user based off the conversations that you have. So custom functions are important that you need to build in your agent. Okay, and our immediate intuition is write code, right? Like you have to write some sort of code to get the custom functions in. But I would actually advise you to not jump into that right away. There are basic functionalities that could be provided for by the ADK that allows you to, like that you don't have to build in from scratch. So here are some built-in tools from the ADK. So for example, if part of your agent is, you want to do like some sort of Google search to be able to advise them on something, you can use the built-in tool for Google search. Or if you're plugged into some sort of data store using BigQuery, you could use the built-in tool in ADK that supports BigQuery right now. So you don't have to write your own Python code, right, to actually connect with Google Cloud's BigQuery module directly. You can just use what's already provided in ADK and just configure it for your use case. Okay, but these are just, of course, very limited to just a few use cases here. Now, if you want to do something more custom that's not found over here in this list, then of course, I would suggest you to go for that custom code that I mentioned before. Okay, so here's an example of how you can do it. Okay, let me just try and highlight the important parts over here. So let's say if you want to, like I said just now, right, reading from database or providing some sort of data back. In this case, I'm trying to create a simple example here where I don't want Gemini's, the agent that I create, to greet my user in like a very random way. I want to greet the user in a fixed manner based on the strings that I've inputted or hard-coded within my code over here. Okay, so what I've done is I've created this tool over here, or this function, to let the agent know that if the user is greeting the agent or talking to the agent for the first time, to always reply with a customized greeting that I have implemented in code here. Okay, so it's as simple as creating a function over here and then just inputting, let's say, the name of the user, for example, and then returning the response, the generated response from my code. Okay, so this is not AI or anything, this is just my code returning a greeting. Important thing, make sure you add in the docstring to indicate like sort of a command to the agent on how this function is supposed to work and when is it supposed to work. Okay, if you dive in deep into the ADK itself, right, you actually can see that they read this docstring to figure out what this function is supposed to do. Okay, and you interface it directly with an agent. Earlier on, I share how you can create the root agent, right? So instead of just creating the root agent alone without the tools, you actually can just interface, like reference the function directly from the creation of an agent to give that custom functionality. So this is what it gives the additional flavor to your agents, right, to behave in a different way. Okay? Okay, yeah, and basically that's that in terms of just creating that base functionality really quickly. But the thing is, now, I'm going to guess some of you over here, right, are not just developers, right, working on one single code base. I'm sure a lot of you work on this thing called service-oriented architecture or microservices. And you start thinking about, I don't want all of this to be a single monolithic code base. I want to have multiple services interacting with each other. Sometimes maybe one single agent, right, can be communicating with an external service wrapping around a database. And maybe multiple agents can also do that communication. But I don't want to rewrite that same code that you all saw just now, right, and share it across, copy and paste across all the code bases. So I want to decentralize it. I want to be able to reuse it and sort of architect my agents, right, to have this more decentralized service-oriented architecture pattern. So you can make use of new principles, right, in designing your agents to meet this by using MCP. Okay? So this is a protocol that allows you to be able to interface with any service that you want, right, as long as it's wrapped around this, using this MCP protocol. On their site itself, you can see that they describe it as a USB-C functionality. You know, like on your devices, right, some of us have those USB-C ports. When you connect, you can connect to it from a charger, to a display port, to a monitor, you know, things like that. So think of it as any service behind this USB-C port. It can be a database, it can be an API, it can be, you know, anything that you want, as long as you can describe it properly using MCP. Okay, so just a very quick explanation of how it works. So you have the MCP client as well as the server. The MCP client, specifically in this use case of an agent, right, is referring to this client over here. So your client here is the AI agent. Okay, and using MCP, it's basically saying here that your agent can connect to any tool using MCP as long as it's wrapped around this MCP protocol, to multitude of different tools you have out there. Okay, and two main things to mention, or actually it's three things, but basically the main ones that you usually want to refer to is resources and tools inside MCP. Think of this as, let's say, I think most of you would know what HTTP is, right? And the methods, like get method as well as the post method. I would say this is somewhat similar to that concept where get methods of HTTP is similar to MCP's resource, like you're looking at read-only actions, and tools referring to performing write actions directly into your MCP service over here. Okay, so you're sort of designing a HTTP service, but it's under this MCP protocol and performing actions using equivalent methods over there. Just to note that for ADK, mostly you only support tools today. I believe it doesn't support resources yet. I think interfacing doesn't work very well there. So do create that interfacing using mostly tools today. I think that mostly works for my sample code. Okay, so let me show some code on how it works. Okay, on the server side, like I mentioned just now, right? Let's say you want to create an MCP service. You want to wrap around your own Postgres database, for example. So the same thing like creating a HTTP server. You create, let's say, like a get route or post route or something like that. Okay, this will be tied to some function, and then you will run some sort of code to either get some information or write some information in. Okay, and then you start the service. Like this is almost like the same as starting a HTTP server. Okay, and then from your client side, the agent side, what you need to do is make use of ADK's SDK over here, right? You see over here, there's this MCP toolset. You use this to connect to your MCP server. Okay, so you can see over here that you configure the URL over here to be that remote URL host, right, that points to your MCP server. Okay, and by just configuring it this way, right, you can tie it back to the tools within this agent. And essentially, right, same as the earlier custom functions you write just now, but in this case, it's just pointing to an external MCP server for the custom functions that you want. Okay, so you are no longer baking this within your code, but it's pointing now to a remote service. Okay, and multiple agents that you create in your architecture can all reference to similar MCP resources that way. Okay, just a little bit more before I jump to the next thing, which is A to A. One thing I want to mention is that although I'm somewhat advocating here that you write your own MCP services, I mean, because most likely this is your custom service that like you are supporting yourself for your agents. But the thing is that there's a multitude of many different open source MCP servers out there that you can reuse for your own use cases. So just to give some examples, for example, there's a Google Cloud Run MCP configuration that you can use for maybe implementing in a CI/CD pipeline, in allowing you to do remote deployments. There's also this very useful one for sending emails. So let's say you want your AI agent to send an email. You can configure to this MCP service that wraps around a server configuration, and then just use your AI agent to call the MCP service to send an email. Okay, one more. A very wacky one that I found. I don't really have a use case for this, but I just share it because I think it's interesting. There's actually a NASA image MCP server over here. So I think what it means here is that you can connect this to your AI agent and then basically be able to retrieve information, images from NASA, and just display it to your users. Not sure what use case you can get out of that, but it's just to show you that as long as it's input of information and output of information, you can do that through this common protocol in a very easy way with an agent. Okay, so I went to their GitHub page and just did a calculation of how many like open source contributions out there are for this implementations, right? So there is quite a huge amount, 572 as I calculated last week. So do check that out if you are looking at using MCP in wrapping around your services, like things like Postgres database. Instead of building it from scratch for yourself, maybe look at seeing if there's any open source contribution that has this already implemented so that you can make your building easier for yourself. Okay, now we've talked about agents talking to the data source or writing to a data source or your internal logic. But the thing is, some of you might be asking, that's just one level of doing integration within your agent. What about if I want to talk about just now the service-oriented architecture or microservices that I mentioned just now? How about agents calling agents? Is that possible? Yes, you can do that. So you don't just have to make one single agent like the God agent. You can make it call other agents instead for each of those specified functionalities. You don't have to make one agent contain every single functionality. Okay, so you can do that in two ways today using ADK. One will be what I call local agents. Local here means everything in one single code base. Okay, so what happens here is, if you can see this highlighted part, right? Basically, in a single code base, you will instantiate multiple agents running in that one single instance. Okay, and then you will reference the agent directly within the root agent that you will expose directly to your users. Okay, so this is useful for very quick developmental use cases where you just want to test that orchestration concept very quickly. Okay, but this might fall apart, over time, as let's say if you're building, 20 agents within your company's systems, right? You don't want a monolithic code base where everything is in one single code base. So you might want to move towards using something like A2A instead, okay? Which is again another protocol, but allowing you to do agent-to-agent communication, as if that remote service, as I mentioned earlier on. Okay, so a quick touch on what A2A is. It's similar to MCP in that it's a protocol, but it's looking at a different communication here. It's talking about agents talking to agents, not agents talking to data sources. All right, so I just want to share very quickly how it looks like in code and how you can build that in within your systems. So you start off with the child agent first, because you have the main agent calling, the master agent calling some child agent, right? So you need to build in the functionality or rather the descriptors for your child agent to let the master agent know what it does. Okay, you can't just plug it in and let them figure out themselves. So you need to at least describe the child's agent's capabilities, what it does. You have to use the A2A SDK. They have this module called Agent Skill, where you describe what this agent does. Okay, and then you wrap this around an identity. Okay, using A2A's SDK, right? You create identity for this agent, describe what this, give the name for it and a description for it, and then tie the skills to it. So this gives you the entire identity for this agent that can be exposed via A2A to your master agent. But interesting thing here that you all might see is that this is actually not really agent code. There's no custom functionalities here. We haven't actually created anything using ADK yet. So that will come in the next slide, which is the implementation of the child agent. Okay, so you can see over here that we are tying in the agent card, which is what we saw from the last slide. Let me go back to here. This identity here, right? You can see there's this agent card here. I'm taking this agent card, which contains all the skills, and then I'm linking it over here and tying it together with the runner, which is what we saw earlier on in the earlier slides, where you are creating this AI agent using ADK. Okay, so this runner itself has a reference to a root agent. This is the actual implementation of your AI agent. So you are now tying the agent card together with the runner to signify, this is what the agent is and how it's supposed to act. And then you're using A2A to expose that functionalities outwards. Okay, so again, this is similar to MCP, almost like a HTTP application where you're creating this remote service that can be interacted with, by other services out there. In this case, the master agent. Okay, and from a master agent, it's very simple to do this interfacing, right? You can just call this one single line over here using the A2A SDK, right? From a master agent, pass in the URL, right? That points directly to your A2A child agent, and essentially this connection is established. You're able to directly use this connection to just send that input or prompt directly to the child agent this way. Okay. One interesting observation would be that some of you might be asking, where's ADK in all of this, especially in the master agent side? We can see some parts of it in the child agent, but there's not so much of it over here in the master agent. The thing is that behind the scenes, there are some of this utility you can see over here. For example, this ADK agent executor is actually very custom code that I write today. It's utils that is being shared in the this community right now, open source community right now. So right now, there's still not a lot of good interoperability in between of A2A and ADK. So just want to mention that when you are doing this implementation yourself. Okay, but later I'll share some sample code if you want to copy that, to be able to connect your ADK's communication towards A2A for your child agent. Okay, but I also want to share that ADK is actually now, they're developing utils that you can use to connect to your child agent through A2A directly. So this is something that you can watch out for, but not to use it yet because it's experimental. Okay, so this is something they released since July of this year. It's a little bit small here, but you can see some of the highlighted parts, this to A2A method as well as the remote A2A agent. So one of it is used in the master agent, one of it is used in the child agent. It's basically allowing you to very quickly translate ADK's custom function, right, where you take the user input as well as your prompt and pass it to a child agent directly using these different utils. So they take away a lot of the custom function that I mentioned that you have to build in yourself just now. All right? But the tricky part, of course, is that they'll tell you it's experimental. So it's still a little bit flaky. I did try it myself. It's good in terms of reducing code, but right now, I wouldn't advise using this yet, but just to watch out for it if you're looking at building a architecture where you want to scale up AI agents talking to each other. So yeah, I'll share the code samples later on. Okay, but just to share with that experimental feature that they built, right, you can see over here, so if you're familiar with GitHub, you can see that in a PR, usually how much lines of code deductions or additions there are. You can definitely see that by just in my code base of around 7 agents interacting with each other, there's around like 500 to 700, I think it's around 500 to 600 lines of code being removed, right, by just using this centralized utils. So that's something I'm really excited for. Once it's released, I probably will start using it for A2A. Okay, so it has been a very fast talk. Ooh, I have around 8 minutes left, so I think we have enough time for demo. But I know this went by a little bit quickly, and it's very hard to deliver, I think, all this content in a condensed half-an-hour talk. So hopefully I can give you like just one quick summary if you just want to take this picture later on how you want to develop your own AI agents. All right, so we started this whole journey talking about how you can create your own AI-powered applications. We talk about using ADK to create your AI agents, but also simplified AI-powered applications that doesn't need that conversation features, right? You can just use the Gen AI SDK. And then we move on into building your agents itself. When you want to build in custom functionality, you want it to be scalable, built across your entire architecture. Okay, so you want to basically look at either building within ADK using the MCP toolset, okay, within your systems using a custom tools or building tools, or remote connecting to other data sources within your architecture using an MCP toolset. Okay, and all of this is supported in ADK today. And finally, if you want to extend it beyond one single agent to a single data source, you want to look at multiple AI agents talking to each other, making decisions autonomously. Now you're looking at sub-agents that you can implement within one code base in ADK, or building, agents talking to a remote child agent elsewhere using A2A. Okay, with utils that are currently experimental, but you can build your own connectors today for it. Okay, let's go into a quick demo. But before I jump into the demo, again, time check, I have 6 minutes. I just want to show this very quickly. The code sample is there if you want to take a picture. Again, I'll show it later on. But this picture is more to indicate what you'll see later on, because in the UI, it's very hard to see how this entire quote-unquote agent architecture works when you're looking at how they interact with each other. So what I'm trying to do over here is essentially I have a master agent that connects to every other agent via A2A. So think of it like a main AI assistant that helps me connect to any AI agent that I install within my systems. Okay, and for some of these agents, I also optionally connect it to an external data source using MCP to another service that I built myself over here. So this is generally allowing me to piece together all the concepts I've made over here, using ADK to create each of these agents over here, these 5 agents over here, and then using A2A to put all of them together, as well as connecting some agents to external data sources using MCP. Okay, so let's take a quick look on how it looks like. I hope it works. So I'm going to refresh this. Okay, let's hope it works. I'll create this as a new session. So I mentioned just now that I have the demo code, right? I have a customized greeter. So I don't want it to be a randomized greeting from Gemini every time. So I have an agent specifically just doing that. So let's say if I say, hi, I'm Wei Yuan. Okay, so you can see over here that it invokes the custom functionalities I place over here. Okay, and then it basically gives this hard-coded, or rather the customized greeting that I place in my code base for here. Okay, so just to show you that this is true, greetings and welcome. Wei Yuan, I'm delighted you're here. How may I assist you? So let me show you the code. I think it's this one. Okay. So let's look for it again. Greetings and welcome. Okay, so it starts with greetings and welcome, which is this one. Okay, so because I put a bunch of these greetings, basically you can choose from any of this one different strings. So you can see that it actually takes from here. This is not like a randomized output from the agent. So it shows you a little bit about this custom tools, right? It allows you to control the behavior a little bit on the data source that goes back to the user and what you want to show them properly, rather than allowing the agent to hallucinate and share something unnecessary. Okay, so this is with the simple agent, using ADK, building a simple agent. How about something like MCP? So let's say if I go to this financial planner over here, I want to ask it to, maybe I'm planning a trip to the States, I want to set a budget of, maybe I want to change for currency of 1,000 USD, and I want to see like how much is that in baht. So let's say, tell me this now. All right, so you can see over here that this service itself, right? Okay, while it's generating this response, just to show very quickly. So I'm basically calling this financial planner agent directly. It's connected to a MCP server for this currency API, where it will ask it based on the design controls on, like, you know, what's the currency conversion over here. Okay, and you will get the answer back, and then you will return it back to me. Okay, so let's see for the response over here. So you can see over here, I hope this is correct. Someone can tell me if this is wrong. But yeah, essentially you can see over here that this actually invokes the agent's custom functions to talk to my MCP server directly. Okay, one last example before I run out of time. So I see that I have like 2 minutes over there. So let's look at A to A now. So I'm gonna take this prompt I have over here, and I hope it works. Okay, maybe let me just put this as a new session. So I'm going to go to the master agent over here. Now I'm not going to talk to the individual agents directly. I want the agent, right, the master agent as the main AI assistant, to be the one that helps me piece together what agents it needs to use to get the output I need. Okay, so I'm going to ask this question to them. Okay, first is I want it to find the exchange rate between the USD and Thai baht for a fixed period, for a long period, not just for one day. Okay, and I want it to then chart it, like create a chart that I can use to present to maybe someone else. Okay, so if you look at the diagram over here again, right? Again, this main agent over here, it has access to this financial planner agent for currency. It also has access to a chart maker agent. So I want it to autonomously figure out that, hey, I can touch this agent and get the data I want, and then pass that data back to this chart maker agent and get the chart that I need. Okay, so hopefully it works. Okay, so it created this chart over here. So let's click it and see if it works. Okay, this is not correct. Okay, but Demogods is not smiling on me today, but yeah, okay. So I did this beforehand just in case something went wrong. Same prompt, exactly. It gives me the output that I want. So it will say that, okay, you know, basically what happened over here, sorry, let me go ahead a little bit. Basically what happened over here is that you can see that it invokes the functionality for the AI agent, the financial planner, to get the correct currency rate first, and then it passed the data to the chart maker to get the proper chart back to me. Okay, so it creates this link over here. And from that, I'm able to get an understanding of, okay, throughout the period of October, all the way until the end of October, what's the currency rate like? So you can check from the currency rates on Google and see if this is correct. I did a brief check. It looks correct-ish. Maybe there are some days that it's not exactly correct, but this one is not exactly the AI hallucinating. This is more the data source I'm using over here. But you can see, you know, roughly start of the month is the lowest, and then in the middle it goes around, then back to lowest again. So somewhat similar to this. Yeah. So this is essentially how you can use to plug everything together. That master agent talking to the child agents via A to A, and then subsequently they can also connect to more data sources themselves using MCP. Okay, I am negative 15 seconds ready. I think that's mainly it. Anyway, yeah, I'll skip this one, but I will show you all this slide. So yeah, that's the end of this. I hope you all learned something from this. If you want the slides, that's the QR code. If you want the code base, that's the GitHub repository for it, if you want to clone it or anything. That's all for this today. Thanks for your attention on this. Yeah.
Thank you so much for an amazing session on building agentic system. So I believe we have some question for this session. Yeah. Let's wait for people for the Slido.
Oh, my question.
Let's wait for screen.
You can read it here. But it will, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's coming.
Oh. All right. Since we're TypeScript devs waiting to add AI features, should we jump into learning Python since it has more AI support, or should we stay with TypeScript? Oh my God, this is... I love this question because I feel the pain as well. I mean, my backend, my team that support our backend applications mostly is Go or JavaScript, which, yeah, it goes to TypeScript. My recommendation for you at this point of time, I would actually say if you want to look at building applications today, let's say for your company, you want to capture the market with some product that wraps around this feature, use the Python one first. Even if the JavaScript SDK comes out, my guess is that it will at least take at least half a year for it to stabilize. I think looking at the previous SDKs, that took a while for it to go into GA. I think from what I've observed, the Python SDK usually is the one that gets more love at the start. I mean, given that that's also the commonly used one in the community itself. Oh, it's gone now. But anyway, yeah, the JavaScript one is, I would say watch out for it for future use cases. If you're following the architecture I mentioned just now about multiple agents talking to each other, right? In the future, you can still add it in. Like, it's just more of a new agents, you use the JavaScript SDK to build it.
No, because I'm going to jump around.
What is the benefit of separate agent into sub-agent like Itway? Why not use one agent that can do a lot of things instead? Ooh. Okay, I can explain that directly. So this one may be more anecdotal towards your own use cases. I have had questions from other folks. I haven't experienced this problem myself, but I've had people coming up to me and asking me, oh, I have one AI agent with like 50 different functions. And that one agent usually doesn't do very well in terms of deciding what custom functionality it should use. And I think what has somewhat worked better here is maybe separating out multiple agents, being able to have like sort of a subset of functionalities by itself. And also that I think if you have reusable functionalities across multiple agents, you want to decentralize them, spread them out, easier to scale at the level of the AI agents as well. I think this is more application infra scaling needs rather than having maybe one monolithic code base where everything is baked inside. Yeah, that will be my response to that. If you, I'll be here maybe for the next few minutes. If you want to ask me more questions, like let me know.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I love the JavaScript question, by the way. Like, I'm a real fan of JavaScript, but I hate it that they don't release that SDK for JavaScript first. And Go. Yeah. Like the top feedback I gave back in when they put the Python SDK, I think back then the generative AI SDK years ago, when they only had Python in GA, I think my feedback that I keep giving them is, as a backend application developer, you need the Go and the Node.js SDKs to go out first. Like not a lot of people are going to build with the Python one in production, unfortunately. Yeah.
You just make up the question. I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I'm walking the question here. Maybe I'll read out a question, just in the interest of time. How do you handle authorization with ADK? One user may need restricted access to data via an agent. Okay, Okay, this one, I'm not going to say I'm an expert on this. Like, I'm still trying to figure part of it out. But this one, I will actually advise you to look at the ADK's code base, right? They actually have code samples for this in terms of allowing you to use, let's say, like Google's, the IAM login, right? To be able to use that same credentials within your agent itself, and then sometimes even passing it within the agent. So my main advice here is look at the ADK's code samples, right? They do deal with the authentication over here. Just like you saw in the ADK web UI, right? There's also a session ID for each of those. Like that's the strength of ADK, which is allowing you to build agents quickly, encompassing concepts like storage, for example, local storage, for example, in your code to create these sessions for your users without having to build it yourself, like using the Gen AI SDK. Yeah. Sessions, I'll say sessions we tie it with some user credential. At least that's what I know, but I haven't explored it too much. Yeah.
Okay, let's have another huge round of applause for Mr. Rui. Wait, Rui, yeah. Thank you so much. And for the next session, we're going to deep dive into building voice agent.
How do I do it? No.
Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Sam Winterwin, who will be presenting Speed Building Voice Agent, a workshop of trick and hack to build winning agent. Let's have a round of applause.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to go. Let's go. All right. All right. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you. I think there's more this year than last year, right? All right. Okay, so a little bit about me, just very quickly. I'm a Google developer expert for machine learning. I've worked in deep learning for about 13 years now. I work on stuff to do with agents and reasoning mostly nowadays. But I've also built a bunch of startups along the way. I've built a couple of B2C startups with more than 1 million users. And I'm mentor for Google for the Google for Startups. Anyone in Thailand been to Google for Startups? Me Kai Kai? No? Okay. The other thing is that I'm one of the Gemini testers, right? So I work with the Gemini team on testing the models and giving feedback and stuff like that, which is a little bit of what we're going to talk about today. I have a startup. My current startup is a startup called Red Dragon AI. You probably won't know it. We've been around since 2017. We do a lot of stuff mostly for governments, defense, some things like that. I also have a YouTube channel with more than 100,000 users. I think it's coming up on 110,000 subscribers, where I talk about things to do with deep learning and LLMs and stuff like that. Okay, this talk. I forgot to say, okay, ผมพูดภาษาไทยได้นะครับ ซึ่งอาจจะพูดครึ่งหนึ่งเพราะว่าปกติผมไม่อยู่เมืองไทยนะครับโอเคทอล์กอันนี้มันอันตราย เพราะว่าแซมจะทำแบบไลฟ์โคดิ้งและไลฟ์เดโมเยอะซึ่งถ้าแซมตายช่วยหน่อยนะครับช่วยให้กำลังใจหน่อย Okay, so earlier this year, can everyone speak? Should I speak Thai or should I speak English? I think like there's some people who don't speak Thai, maybe here. Earlier this year, I spent 4 months in San Francisco. So and one of the things that I did for Google while I was there was participated in this hackathon they had called the Bake Off. And this was basically for ADK. They had like the first hackathon for ADK. And it's on YouTube if you want to watch it. Like it was done for a day and stuff like that. เรามีแค่3 ชั่วโมงนะครับที่จะเขียนเอเจนต์เขาใจร้ายมากไอ้ที่ตรงนั้นแล้วก็อีกอันหนึ่งดังนั้นนี่ประมาณ4 เดือนที่แล้วดังนั้นก็ ADK ก็เปลี่ยนทุกอาทิตย์เลยก็ API เปลี่ยนทุกอาทิตย์แล้วก็ดังนั้น ADK มีบั๊กเพียบเลย ซึ่งเขาก็ให้เขาแกล้งแซมมาแล้วก็เขาไม่ได้บอกแซมว่าจะทำอะไรก็แซมก็ไปสำหรับไปไทยแล้วก็โอเคอันสุดท้ายก็รู้ว่าจะทีมกับคนจาก Google ที่เป็น Customer Engineer แล้วก็เราต้องสร้างเอเจนต์ ด้วยกันนะภายใน3 ชั่วโมงอะแล้วก็โอเคสิ่งที่ดีที่สุดคือเราชนะ In this talk, I want to talk about how we won and some of the strategies that you can use for yourself, for building agents, but more just about LLMs in general. ผมเคยมาคุยที่โชคดีมากที่ฝนก็จะชวนแซมมาพูดที่เมืองไทยปกติแซมไม่ได้อยู่เมืองไทยแซมอยู่สิงคโปร์กับอเมริกาแล้วก็2 ปีที่แล้วแซมก็มาพูดช่วงนั้นสำหรับ Gemini เพิ่งออกGoogle บอกว่าเขาอยากมีคนที่รู้จักเรื่อง Gemini มาพูดที่เมืองไทยก็แซมมาตอนนั้นไม่มีใครรู้เรื่องเกี่ยวกับ LLM ปีที่แล้วแซมก็มามีหลายคนก็เริ่มรู้แต่ว่าตอนนั้น Gemini ยังไม่ถึง แล้วก็โอเคปีนี้เดี๋ยวนี้ Gemini ดีมากแล้วก็จริงๆหวังว่าเดี๋ยวนี้หวังว่าคือทริปนี้จะแบบcoincide กับ Gemini 3 ออกแต่ยังไม่ออกแต่เร็วๆนี้จะออกนะครับซึ่งแซมพูดถึงนั้นได้แต่สิ่งที่แซมอยากสอนคือว่าบทแบบอยากสอนว่าโอเคต้องใช้พวก LLM นี้ทำอะไรได้เลยแบบนั้นนะ this was the plan that we came up with and this was sort of like the winning plan so we did the whole lot in 3 hours it was supposed to be like a fashion assistant was the goal to build a fashion assistant and so we built a live voice agent in 3 hours that had all of these sort of sub-agents and stuff like that. And we had like MCPs, we had a whole bunch of the stuff that Wei Yuan just talked about. I'm not going to talk about that so much. I'm going to talk about some of the tricks that we did that enabled us to do way more in just like 1 hour than the other teams could do in like 5 hours. Right? This is what I want to sort of teach you today. In the end, we built this thing that was like, could you try on? So do you know try on? So this is Lakshmi. She was the Googler that I helped with this. So we took one picture of her, and then we made, like I just wrote up a script quickly, and it made like 100 pictures of her with different scarves and things to do try on for this. And this was part of our agent in there. And then we had like a voice agent where you could talk to it and it would use all the sub-agents and stuff like that. Right? The thing I want to talk about is like ADK, and Wei Yuan's just sort of covered ADK. He's told you sort of like the basic sort of stuff, right? It's actually very simple. You just need to tell it like what model, give it a name, give it a description, give it some instructions, tell it what kind of tools. อันนี้ไม่ค่อยยากเลยอ่ะถ้าเราอยากสร้างเอเจนต์ง่ายๆอ่ะ but it starts to get more complicated as you go along, right? And it gets complicated pretty quickly. What I want to teach you today is that there's like some tricks around this, right? That even like a lot of the key people in Google sort of use. Voice agents. I'm just going to talk a little bit about voice agents. So. Internally, this is called the BiDi API. It's the bidirectional API. Externally, it's called the Live API now. It just got a name recently that's the Live API. อันนี้เป็นเวอร์ชันของ Gemini ที่สามารถคุยกัน real time แล้วก็มันเป็น multimodal ก็มันใช้แบบทั้ง text เสียงกับภาพด้วยนะครับพร้อมกันคุณจะเห็นต่อไปทุกโมดูลก็จะเริ่มเป็นแบบนี้นะครับนี่มันสิ่งที่เราจะเห็นบ่อยขึ้นต่อไปOne of the really good things about this is that this model you can kind of interrupt it. You can, it's trained to be as much like a person as possible, right? As you go through this. And it can also, it can also listen to what you're talking about. It can listen to different sounds, not just voice. So the thing that you need to understand that's really important is like before we would have an ASR system, like an automatic speech recognition. It would go from like audio, then we would convert to text, we would put to the LLM, then we would go back to TTS or text-to-speech and come out. That's not what this is doing. This is just one model where it goes straight through, right so มันไม่เหมือนแบบ system ของเมื่อก่อนที่จะมีพวก TTS จะมีพวก ASR อะไรแบบนั้นไม่ใช่อันนี้มันก็เป็น model ก็ทำเองทั้งหมดเลยokay how does it work with ADK it really is something that is kind of cool in that you have these sort of two sort of queues going on. One is like a request queue where you're sending stuff to the model, and at the same time, you're getting a cube coming back from the model for processing it. So you can sort of see here with like and you can use like WebSockets, you can use a bunch of different protocols for actually talking to the model too. And this will grow more over time, right? This is, as these things take off. It is really good in that it allows us to sort of, for the first time, write agents very simply that we can have sort of voice interactions with, right? That's one of the things I want to sort of stress today. And it's now available as the Gemini Live API. The version of the model I'm going to show you today came out September, so a month and a bit ago, maybe about 6 weeks ago. And you will see new versions of this over the next few months coming. All right. I'm going to sort of say there's two ways to do all of this, right? ถ้าจะเป็นนักเรียนที่ดีๆใครเป็นนักเรียนที่ดีๆมีคนหนึ่งไอ้มั่นใจว่าฟอนก็เป็นนักเรียนที่ดีๆถ้าเป็นนักเรียนที่ดีเราจะแบบโอเคต้องศึกษานานๆเราต้องแบบอ่านข้อมูลทั้งหมดใช่ไหมครับแบบโอเคพวก documentation พวกอะไรแบบนี้ก็ต้องและนี่เป็นสมัยก่อนเราต้องทำแบบนี้ถ้าเราเป็น developer แล้วก็อันที่สามเราต้องแบบฝึกทุกวันว่าโอเค API นี้มีอันนี้อะไรแบบนั้นโอเคอันนี้เป็นวิธีหนึ่งนี่ไม่ใช่วิธีของแซม หรือหาทางลัดแล้วก็นี่เป็นสิ่งที่แซมจะสอนวันนี้ก็เป็นทางลัดก็ทางลัดคือแบบว่าเราจะใช้ AI แล้วก็เราจะใช้ LLM ส่วนมากโดยเฉพาะสำหรับสิ่งที่เราอยากได้ context ที่ดี and the third one is that okay we're going to use very long context models for what we're going to do right in here. And I'll show you this is important. Okay, another thing that I find is really funny, สิ่งที่ผมคิดว่าตลกดีนะครับตอนผมขอ Gemini บอกว่าโอเคผมอยากได้ภาพของนักเรียนคนไทยที่เก่งที่ประสบความสำเร็จเขาให้ภาพเป็นผู้หญิงตอนผมบอกว่าอยากได้นักเรียนที่แบบหาทางลัดภาพของผู้ชาย Okay, so today's goal, right? มีใครรู้จักร้านอาหาร White Flower Factory ไหมโอ้ยหลายคนโอเคนี่เป็นthis is one of my favorite restaurants, right, in Siam. And the thing I was thinking about, I went to eat there not yesterday, the day before, and I thought, oh, okay, I know what, I will make a voice bot for the White Flower Factory, right, that can do.You know, we can ask it about the menu เป็นแบบคนเสิร์ฟสมมุติว่าเรามีโรบอทหุ่นยนต์ตัวใหม่ที่แบบแล้วเราต้องทำเอเจนต์ที่แบบจะทำแบบโอเคคนสั่งอาหารอะไรแบบนั้นOkay, so what do we actually have here that we can do? So what I'm going to show you is we want to basically, the steps for today is we want to get the menu.We want to start looking at context. This is the thing I'm going to talk about a lot. So does everyone understand what context means in relation to an LLM? คนเข้าใจไหมไอ้คิดว่าภาษาไทยไม่มีคำใช่ไหมหรือถ้ามีบอกแซมว่ามันคุณจะเรียกว่าคำอะไรบริบท Okay. Yeah, I think it maybe is even more than that. But okay, right. Good. And then what we want to do is we want to test it in AI Studio, we want to build an ADK agent, and we want to talk about some future improvements. And I'm running out of time, so we need to pick up the speed. All right, so context engineering. All right, so the first thing actually is, this is White Flower Factory. Right, everyone, I think people know this. And then this is their menu, right? So what do we notice about the menu? Okay, the menu's got, it's got English, it's got Thai, it's got the prices, it's got a description of each of the things in here. All right, so first off, we need this where we can actually use it, right? This is not very useful to us as a PDF file. So the first thing we're going to do for context is we're going to basically take the menu and we're going to upload it. Let's say here. And we're going to give it a prompt. So I'm going to say, can you go through this menu and extract everything out as a JSON file? I particularly want the items to have their name, price, descriptions, if they have one, right? Okay, อันนี้มันจะช้านิดหนึ่งซึ่งไอเตรียมต่อแล้วอ่ะ Okay, you can see here, our menu was like 8,000 tokens. I think they actually changed the menu yesterday, but this is the menu, roughly sort of like 9,000 tokens as a PDF file. We give it this prompt, it will then think for a while. The model I'm going to use is Gemini 2.5 Pro, which the thing that's most important about this model is it can go out to 1 million tokens, right? Actually, it can go out a lot more than 1 million tokens, but publicly it can go out to 1 million tokens, right? And you can see that, okay, we've selected that model. We've gone and gotten this. This one's still processing. Okay, we've gone and got this, and it's gone through and it's gotten out the JSON for us, right? So you can see already this saves a lot of time, right? And และนี่เป็นข้อหนึ่งของ Gemini ที่ดีมากคือเรื่อง multimodal กับ structured outputs ซึ่งเราสามารถทำอะไรก็ได้ที่เป็น multimodal แล้วก็บอกเขาว่าเราอยากได้ JSON ที่จะออกไปแล้วก็ทำได้เลย Okay, even with just this, if we take this and we go to say the model itself, the Gemini Live, and I basically give it a simple prompt. So I say, okay, please act as a server at the White Flower Factory and use the JSON below to answer questions about the menu and the food. Always be friendly. Try to promote how good the food is here. Make sure that you can speak both English and Thai, right? And then if the customer asks a question in English, reply in English. If they ask in Thai, reply in Thai, right? This is a key thing. And then we've just posted in that. All right, if we try this out just now, all we've done is just this. How am I going to do this? Ooh, does this have audio? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. Hello, how are you today? Can you tell me what curry you have that I can order?
Hello, welcome to White Flower Factory. We have several delicious curries available today. We have a Masaman beef or chicken curry, which is very popular, priced at $2.75 or $1.95 respectively. We also have a Penang curry with chicken or pork for $1.95 or Australian beef for $3.25. And a lovely green curry with chicken or pork for $1.95 or Australian beef for $3.25. They're all wonderful choices.
I'm going to try in Thai, okay? คุณมีแกงมัสมั่นไหมครับผมอยากรู้ว่ามีแกงมัสมั่นแล้วก็มีมัสมั่นแบบไหนบ้าง Ooh. It died. Okay, so the internet is very bad here, right? I'm running the internet on my phone. And then the other thing we have with this one too is that คุณมีแกงมัสมั่นไหมครับผมอยากรู้ว่ามีแกงมัสมั่นอะไรบ้างครับ มีแกงมัสมั่นไหมครับ Maybe. Okay, hang on, let me try. It worked perfectly out there, right? When I tried. Okay, we want to talk. Oh, no, hang on. That's not what I want. I want this one. So the other issue with this one is that the model is actually nowhere near here, right? Because it's a preview model, it's actually in the States. So. What สวัสดีครับคุณช่วยบอกผมได้ไหมครับว่าคุณมีแกงมัสมั่น Okay, it's not looking good. I'll come back to it. I don't think it's working either in English or Thai, which is kind of weird. All right. Hi there, can you tell me what restaurant this is? Okay, no luck. I'm going to move on. I'm going to try and reconnect, see if that fixes it too. Okay, but the key thing there is once we've got once we've got that context, we can test very quickly, okay, what it's going to be able to do. And it should be able to actually answer both in Thai and in English quite easily for this. So it is kind of true that the models don't officially support certain languages like Thai, but because they're trained on so much data, they kind of support them, just unofficially, right? With Thai in particular, we found that like the original, I'll tell you a funny story, the original version of Gemini and even some of the versions nowadays, one of the biggest problems in Thai is just to get the model to decide whether it's male or female. Because it'll say ka, and it will alternate, right? This is a known issue with these kind of things. All right, the next thing I wanted to talk about was sort of the idea of context engineering. This is all about getting the right context at the right time for these kinds of things. So most people think of this as in some form of RAG system or anything, like that. But really, this is true for anything you do with an LLM. So you can think of the agents equation, like if the LLM is basically all about is a conditional probability on whatever context you put in, and the agent equation is basically, again, just a function of your context plus your query. And the context will be things like your memory, your exemplars, so basically your examples, current status, tool returns, things like this. Sort of 2 years ago, this would have been very small, right? We optimized for context windows of like 4,000 tokens, maybe going up to 32,000 tokens. Now it's quite easy to do things that are sort of 128, maybe 256,000 tokens. Bigger than that, you generally have to cache the response, or sorry, cache the context into what we call the KV cache, right? So that it will actually go through fast enough. So it pre-computes a large percentage of it, and you're just computing for the last 100 tokens or something that go through this. So you can think about the output of agents as just being this sort of next, step as you go through. Right? So making context is something you should be thinking about all day, every day. Right? This is what I want to sort of ingrain into you, today. And I want to give you a simple example. So last night, เมื่อคืนแซมไปที่สนามมวยลุมพินีแล้วมีเพื่อนชวนไปเป็นครั้งแรกที่แซมเคยไปดูตรงนี้เคยไปดูที่เก่าแต่ว่าแล้วก็มันสนุกนะครับ and one of the things that happened was I met this Farang guy because I was speaking Thai to people there. I met a Farang guy who was trying to learn Thai, right? And I said to him, "Oh, why don't you use this kind of? Why don't you use AI to learn?" And he was like, "Oh, but how would you do this?" And I see time and time again that people are not using this kind of context, right? If you think about it, all I need is the right kind of context for the model to then be able to do something. And the example that I don't really know any of the people who teach Thai on YouTube, but he told me okay, some of the teachers. And so we quickly just Googled them, found one of the lessons that he liked. I think this guy is Jack or something that he liked. And I showed him that literally all he needed to do was take that, give it a prompt where he would say, extract the Thai lessons here, and give me a system prompt where I can turn it into an interactive teacher so that I can use it to help me learn Thai and master these phrases. And sure enough, it will give you a really good prompt out from this. And you can then basically just take this, if we take this, and then we can just copy it into our thing. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to work. I'm not going to give it a lot of time to try it. But you can see that, okay, we've got our system prompt in there. If we just put in something like learning, we'll give it one more shot for see if it's getting any better. Hi there, can you teach me something? Okay.
สวัสดีครับ Hello, I'm Crew Jack. I'm here to help you practice
Okay, teach
some
me.
fun Thai phrases. Which number from our list would you like to start with today?
Let's start with number 7.เราเริ่มที่เบอร์ 7 หน่อยได้ไหมครับ Okay, it's not going to cooperate. The thing that I was going to say was that this is a perfect example of just going and getting some context from a YouTube video or something and then converting it into an AI lesson, right? It's something that you can do very simply and it works really well. Right? If you're trying to do language learning, if you're trying to do anything like that, this is how you should be doing this in this day and age. So hopefully now you're starting to get the idea of we go and look for context, right? All right, if we're going to do the same thing for building agents, how do we do that, right? So I've gone through AI Studio there. How do you get context to build agents? Shout it out if you've got some ideas. So, like we talked about before with the people who will just read the documentation and stuff like that, why don't we get the AI to read the documentation and do a lot of the work for us? So the way to do that is through what we call LLM's text files, How many people have heard of LLM's text files? Not many, right? Maybe 2 or 3 of you. So an LLM's text file is basically all the documents, is like all the docs for something that has been made to basically just be a simple text file. So if we come across to ADK and we look at ADK Python, you can see we've got this LLM's text here. And if we click into this, we can see that, okay, if our internet is going to work, now it's not even going to load a text file for me. I'm in trouble, right? You'll see that in here, it's going to have the docs for all of the Python SDK for ADK in here, right? And you'll see that it's all defined in Markdown format. So that you've got, you've got both the English sort of explanation of something, but then you've got the actual code in there as well. And you'll see this is, goes through all the different things that Wei Yun was talking about. You can see it's obviously very long, that we've got, a whole section up here. We can keep scrolling right down, going through this. And we can see that it's like 1 megabyte overall. What we can do then is we can put that into the LLM and ask it to basically write an agent for us, right? But there's some other things we can do too. So what happens if the repo doesn't have an LLM's text file, right? Most of the repos nowadays don't have an LLM's text file. So, or for example, like this one, where, okay, we've got, this is examples, right? ADK examples. We've got Java examples. We don't care about that, right? We're not sadists, so we're not going to use Java. But we've got these Python examples. So if we click in there, we can see, okay, it's got agents, and we click in there, it's got, a whole bunch of different kinds of agents. We've got data science agent, financial advisor agent, Gemini full stack agent. And we've got examples of agents doing all the things that Wei Yun was showing about custom tools, about things like that. So what we want to do is we want to turn this into a doc. And there's a cool site that we can use called Git ingest, right? So in here, I can basically just come in, post this, right? Tell it that probably I want to include all the files under maybe like 150K. And then I can just say ingest it. And you'll see that now it's going to go through that repo and it's going to connect every file and example together. It's going to label the directory structure. You'll see in a second. So we've got the directory structure. See this directory structure, right? And now it's made an LLM's text file for us. So to get that file, we literally just click download now. And it will download exactly the whole repo you can see in this sort of text file, in one single text file. All right, from that, we then want to basically say to something like this, where we come across and we say, okay, I'm going to put in, I've got my LLM's full Python text, which you can see is big, right? It's 320,000 tokens. I'm going to add in my samples. So we just pull this ADK samples down, let that process. And then you can see what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, right, write me a voice agent using ADK and the Python SDK that allows you to talk to the agent, and it will have a tool where it can look up the menu and it will load it as a JSON file. So anything that I want it to have, I should be telling it at this point, right? I can say, please make sure that you name all the files that you create, and you give me a description of the directory structure, so I can see, okay, so this is like, internet is really not working. Why is that? Right. Okay, I'm going to go to one that I sort of made before, right? And you can see here that, okay, I've got the full Python, I've got the docs samples in there. I can then give it a prompt to do this, and actually the prompt is not as good as the one I was putting here, right? This is using the prompt that we were doing for the live talk as well. And we can then basically just say to it, okay, go and make me this. And it will go off and it will give you like your whole agent written for you. So we've got our directory structure. that we've got here. So I need to have my end file, my Python requirements file. I've got the actual agent set up, and then it will go through and give me each of these files, right? And because I've asked it to actually to tell me like what each file will be named and where it will be and all this sort of stuff, the model's actually very good at being able to put all of this together. Now, we didn't give it the real JSON, so it actually made up a menu.json, which you can see is not for the White Flower Factory, it's just for some other place. But that's okay, right? Because we can use the real one. We've then got the tools definitions for each of these things. We've then got, how am I going for time, by the way? We've then got the actual settings for doing each of these things, whether we want to set up the different queues and stuff like that, and runners if we're going to run it live, or if we're going to run it in ADK, we can run it via ADK. So we've got it sort of set up so that we can we can use the agent file, or we can use a way to actually run it with a front end kind of thing. All right, from there we can basically just take it and put it into some code, right? We can just copy it over into some code here. I think I know why I was having the problems, because I was running a different one in the background maybe. Okay, that could be the case. All right, so let's make this so we can actually read it. So you'll see in here, I've got a few of them in here, but you can see that this is our White Flower Factory agent. This is the code that it basically did. The only thing that you're going to have to change is that the name of the model will be wrong, because even in the docs, it won't have the latest model, right? So in this case, we've got this latest model, which we just copied out from AI Studio over. And we can then basically put it together. Let's try this out. Whoa. Okay, let's try a text one first, see how bad we are. All right. Okay, so one of the things I can see that we've got wrong is that we need to have token streaming on. We want to make sure that we're streaming the tokens, otherwise it's going to wait till the end of it, and it's going to be even slower than it was. Now, that may not matter because our internet's so bad. Okay, so you can see it's gone through the different things it's got in there. Okay, it's looking pretty good at this point. Let's try and do it as a voice agent. So we need to get a new token, and then we can say, hi there, can you tell me, hang on, I can see we don't have streaming on. Hi there, can you tell me if you've got gang masaman on the menu?
Yes, we do have massaman curry on the menu. It comes with either beef or chicken and costs 275 baht for beef and 195 baht for chicken.
Okay, let's try in Thai. The problem is we don't have a good prompt in here to basically tell it to respond in Thai, right? So it might not respond in Thai. But let's just try quickly, because I want you to hear that, like, actually it can do Thai. Whoa, hang on. This is freaking out a bit.สวัสดีครับคุณมีแกงมัสมั่นไหมครับแล้วมีแบบไหนบ้าง
สวัสดีค่ะ ทางร้านมีแกงมัสมั่นเนื้อและแกงมัสมั่นไก่ค่ะ แบบไหนที่คุณสนใจคะ
โอเค คุณได้ยินได้ผมแบบอินเทอร์เน็ตไม่ดีวันนี้โอเคจากนั้นเราก็มีภายในไม่กี่นาทีคุณเห็นได้เรามีเอเจนต์ใช้ได้แล้วว่าแล้วก็เราก็แบบเอาจากเมนูทำเป็น JSON ใช้ JSON เป็นเอเจนต์แล้วก็ทำได้หลังจากนี้เราแค่แบบกลับไปแล้วก็คุยกับ Gemini ถ้าเราอยากได้ add tool เราก็บอกเขาได้ว่าโอเคอยากได้ tool แบบไหนas long as we keep passing in the actual original context, right? So as long as we've got the docs like this, we can keep talking to it and asking it to add new features. And it will basically be able to use it all to add new features. So the way that we won this competition was that literally in the first 20 minutes, we had like the whole agent kind of working. And then we just focused on getting the MCP, focused on getting the front end to work well, focused on getting the different things. So you can see here, ADK Web is something that makes it really easy because it's taking care of the session, the state, the memory for you, right? If you're actually going to put it into a real app, you need to start taking care of those things yourself. You also want to think about callbacks. So ADK has some really nice things of where you can do callbacks in different parts. If we want to put guardrails or something in there to make it safer so that it can't, have swearing going in or swearing going out, or even worse, mentioning like some other restaurant, right? If we ask it about the White Flower Factory, we don't want MK Suki, right? That kind of thing. And then there are a bunch of those different ones that you can use. And then some of the new things that are coming out from Google is things like Memory Bank. So this is sort of the idea here is that you can extract out via a callback a long-term memory to go through this. Anyway, then the other things you can start building front ends, start building it for mobile, that kind of stuff. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for an amazing and insightful session on building voice agent using agent development kit. I believe we have a few questions. We are a little bit short on time, so we have to
Okay, sure. Should we turn voice into text first and then send data or voice directly? It really depends on what model you're using. Going forward, more and more, you will just send voice directly, right? But it is true that if you're using open models and stuff like that now, you probably want to have some kind of ASR and then go into the open model and come back, right? Does asking in Thai consume more tokens than English? This is a very good question. It's not so bad for this particular model. Right? For Gemini, the tokenizer is actually 256,000. It's very good for international and multilingual tokens. The Llama models used to be awful for something like Thai, right? And it depends on the language. So something like Turkish was 12 times more tokens for the GPT-3 model than for English. Right? Even Greek now is way more tokens, right? But for Thai, it turns out not so bad for that one. At what point does, what's the next question? At what point does a lengthy context become problematic? When should we consider factors like RAG? So you want to think about how would we do this? So there were two ways that we were doing this. One was we were making a tool that loaded up the JSON based on the item that the person was asking about. Right? And the other way was just context stuffing, where we're putting it into the actual context. For something like the JSON, you're better to just stick it into the context because it's not that long. People think, oh, it's a whole menu. It's like, 5,000 tokens or something like that. That's not long for a LLM these days, right? The way where you want to use RAG is where you've got like a huge database and you're going to basically be pulling things back from, millions and millions of tokens for that sort of stuff. RAG is something I work on quite a bit, and particularly agentic RAG. There are lots of strategies for that. Long LLMs, long context LLMs don't mean that RAG is dead, right? Anyone who tells you RAG is dead, tole. Um, will a solution be faster to use built-in models to convert speech to text? Okay, so we kind of talked about this. It depends on the model. If you're using Gemini, you're probably better to use this, except if it's going to be really expensive. One of the problems we're having today is just that this model is also based in the US, and it's only based in like 1 or 2 data centers in the US, right? As you see that a new data center will open in Thailand next year, you'll see some of these models start to be hosted locally. It'll get a lot quicker and a lot better than that. What would one agent code base look like? I'm not sure what you mean by that. It can look like a whole bunch of different things. Do I use Gemini CLI? A bit, but not a lot. I'm not a huge fan of it. I helped promote it earlier on. There's better versions of it coming. There's some cool things for Gemini CLI that are coming. And you'll see that sort of stuff will get better with Gemini 3 and stuff as well. Could you hint on long-term memory use for personality? So long-term memory use for personality, the way you do that is you basically construct a knowledge graph both on the agent and on the user. So if you look at things like the way people are doing memory in ChatGPT or things like this, a lot of it is done either. The cheap way is to do it as a markdown, and the sort of better way is actually to make a knowledge graph and do a graph frag over that, if you know what that is.
And the last question?
Last question, why is Python used more when creating agents? Mostly that's because of just deep learning. People will use Python for that, and then most of the people working on this stuff are just used to using the Python for that as well. So anyway, I will leave it there. I'm going to be around if people want to come ask me questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh. Okay, and for the next, we will have a short break before diving into the next session. Please enjoy a delicious snack outside. We will be back here at 3:45 p.m. And also we have some quick P&A for an attendee who attend morning workshop that completely run Piro workshop can claim Gemini keycap at register table. Thank you. attendee who come here, we have $5 Google Cloud credit redeem right here, which we will be using in the next workshop session. And for the next session, it's actually a live workshop. We're going to dive deep into the building no-code automation app, a very exciting topic. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ms. Lovely Jane, who will be presenting Build Your Own Tech New Too Long Didn't Lead App, Grounding, Cloud Run, and No-Code Automation. Please give me a big round of applause. The stage, yours.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Swadika. I wish I could have spoken very good Thai as Sam, but unfortunately I can't, so you'll have to hear me in English. So I am Lavi Jain, and I am a senior software engineer at Prezi, also a GDG Melbourne organizer, and GDE in GCP. So today we will be building our own Too Long Didn't Read TLDR news app. I don't know if you are familiar with the concept. So there is this TLDR newsletter, which basically, if you sign up to it, it could send you tech news summary within the past 24 hours to your email. Now, if you have subscribed to it, then you can get the tech news summary for, say, general software engineering or AI or infrastructure or cloud, any of those topics. And we are going to build that very same thing today. Now, first things first, we want you to follow along. So I would really love if you could have your laptops out and ask me the questions, because I have got some little stickers with me all the way from Melbourne. So I've got some Build with AI ones. I've got one Google Cloud Shimmery ones, Gemini, and then I've got a little Gemini key, which I would like to hand out to people here. So if you can please ask me questions, that would be great. I would be able to give out these things. So please do not shy asking questions, and let's get started. So if you have not already done this, let's do this. Scan this QR code and get your $5 Google Cloud credits. You can put that URL in, and then it will ask you to redirect to this link, something with Try GCP, and that's where you will land. And what you have to do is sign in with your Google account. Now make sure you're using your personal account, not your university or company accounts. It doesn't really tend to work very nicely with that. And if you have VPN, then again, you may face some issues for this workshop. So it would be very much preferred if you use your personal Gmail accounts, or at least a Google account per se. So if you can sign in with that, it will obviously ask you to choose an account. Once you continue, it will ask you to click here to access your credits. And then once you have access to your credits, it's going to already apply this coupon code here, and you will ask you to accept the terms and conditions and continue. And then you would be able to see your credits under billing. So now if you have completed those steps, I really, really want you to raise your hands if you have not, or if you are stuck. If you have, you should go to billing, scroll down, and you should be able to see credits here in the sidebar, and it should always tell you like $5 100% remaining. So, or less remaining if you have redeemed earlier and have used some of those. So if you have any questions redeeming credits, let me know. We have 5 minutes where we can spend setting up your credits. Raise your hands if you have issues setting up your credits. I will go back to the QR code. Everyone good with setting up credits? Anyone having issues? Do you want to raise hands if you have issues? All right. So if you have already redeemed the credits, then let's go, right? Okay. Everybody got the credits, right? Just confirming, because then we will not be repeating these steps. Amazing. Perfect. Thank you so much. So once you redeem those credits, it actually creates a project for you. It usually calls it as your first project. So we would be using it to link our Gemini API keys, okay? So let's get started. This is the workshop that we would be following. I really want you to straight away go to dldr.lovey.dev, or you can scan the QR code, and we will go on to the workshops right after this. This workshop is really for any of you who have not yet played around with Gemini API to help you get started. So follow along and ask questions. It's very easy to follow. So I'm going to change the screens now that you have scanned. Going once, 2, 3, okay. Let's go to the workshop straight away. Now, I have done this workshop in about 6 cities. Up till now, when I created this workshop, it was around early March. And since then, I have seen the whole AI studio evolving. There's so many cool things that have been happening in this space. It is a very good space to be in, and you get lots and lots to learn. So let's actually, I know Sam already showed you a little bit of demo, but we'll still have a good look at what is Google AI Studio. But before that, how many of you actually use it? Okay, quite a few. That's good. So if you're already using it, you have seen how it has evolved. The workshop has older screenshots. I have preserved those legacy screenshots just to show you how it has been changing every day. So if you look at it, you can actually start doing all your vibe coding here, or you can chat with models in the playground, and you can actually monitor the usage of your Gemini API key. It tells you about what's new, and then it actually gives you a hands-on code to get started with Gemini. You can select the language that you like. But one thing, it's a bit quirky here, because it is missing the API key from here. So you need to add the API key for this to get working. So if I quickly talk about the API keys, so what I want you to do is probably create an API key right away. So I've already got like multiple API keys here. I don't need this one. I'm going to delete this one, really. All I am going to ask you is just create an API key. When you create your API key, select the project, and then create the key. I'm going to cancel this because I already have got some. So let's create this connected to your Google Cloud project. My first project that is linked to your $5 credit. So you already have a tier 1 quota for your Gemini API, and you will not be rate limited when you do your thing in the workshop. Anyone having any issues creating API keys? Raise your hands. All good? Are you able to follow what's happening? Can I please have some show of hands if you have any issues generating the API key? If not, we'll move forward. Did someone raise their hand there? Oh, there. Also, it would be good if you do that on your laptops. Anyway, let's move on. So all I wanted to show you is basically a bit of the AI Studio, so you can actually get started with it and do cool stuff with it. So let's look at all the little cool stuff here that it gives you. So you can actually start vibe coding and literally just tell it what you want to build. So I'm going to just click on I'm feeling lucky and let it build something. Now it is building an AI interior design consultant. Oh my God, that's a very bright idea, I would say. And if I just go to build, it is going to start the whole chat editor. So this is going to think, and it is going to create the whole code here. It's going to generate stuff, and it will take some time doing it. So while it does that, let me show you a couple more things. You cannot just vibe code something. You can use chat, the whole chat functionality here with Gemini to update it, to make it more exciting and add features and stuff. But the best bit is you could actually deploy it straight from your AI Studio on Cloud Run. So while it does that, I'm going to stop it here because I do not have time for it to create something and build. I want to leave this page. Instead, I have got some applications that I already built. So if you go to Gallery, you can actually use any of these existing applications that have been created using AI Studio and deploy it and play around with it. One of these that I played around with is the prompt DJ. So if I just play, I really hope it does. So it's really cool because you have the preview here, you have the code here, you can make changes, you can understand. So if I want to understand what's happening probably here, explain me these lines of code. So you can literally ask anything and you can actually understand and wipe code stuff. And you can actually deploy the app. So what you have to do is you'd have to just select the cloud project and it would deploy it on Cloud Run. So I have already deployed this application, and it has already given me an app URL. So if I just go to this application, this is already on Cloud Run. So let's try that. Oops. Yeah, I know. It gave me the error this morning as well. So what we are going to do is we will just redeploy the application. But before I do that, let me show you that in the Google Cloud. So I'll just click on redeploy. While it's redeploying, I'll show you the Cloud Run, how and where it actually is going to redeploy. So this is your prompt DJ application. And this is where it will have all the revisions, the source code. This is where it has the URL. And you literally have everything here that you need to have a look at. So you can see all the details about your application here. So I'm sure it must have already redeployed quickly. Yep. So let's try. I hope the connection error is resolved. And let's play it. Yay. So you can do really lots of things with AI Studio. And if you go back, the other thing I wanted to show you is, let's go back further, the dashboard. Now, once I was speaking at an event, and someone asked me, how do you track the usage of the API key? How do you track how much you're paying for it? Because it might be costing a lot. So that is where this new dashboard comes into play. It is really, really helpful. You can actually look at what is going on by looking at all the usage stats. So you can actually look at the usage and billing. So this is like the usage of the API key. If I look at the billing, you'd see how much am I paying. This is like literally negligible. This is so easy to track things. And you can even enable the logs, and you would be able to see much more information there. Now, I want you to look at the next thing, which is chat. So let's do the chatting bits here, and you can actually select any models from here. Let's actually select Nano Banana and ask it to create an image for DevFest Cloud Bangkok 2025. And it can actually show you the number of tokens it's consuming. And here we go. Not bad, right? It's good. It's very pretty. So okay, you can literally try any of those models here. You can even try Veo and other things here. But for today's workshop, we will be using Gemini 2.5 Pro. And what I'm going to show you is a bit of the studio, how it looks like, what you all can do with this chat interface. Now, if you look towards your right, you would see that it has got some system instructions, which already Sam explained with the whole context engineering. So obviously, you can add your system instructions that will help setting up the context. So if you want your answers to be brief, you just tell it, always give me one-liners, and it will do so. You can set the temperature. Higher the temperature, more creative are your responses. And you can even have media resolutions. If you're uploading images, you can set how many tokens you want to use for that image. And then there is thinking mode. Thinking mode is obviously helpful for understanding how your model is thinking so that it is able to arrive at some conclusion. All right? Then you can even set the thinking budget, which obviously, if you want to use less tokens, you don't want it to think a lot, then you can set those things. There is tools. Now, tools are something that enhance these models. Now, let me give you an example. If you have opened AI Studio, you might see grounding with Google Search as on. I'm going to turn this off, okay? And I'm going to ask it a question. Who is the president of US? Okay. It's taking too long. Joe Biden? Are you kidding me? Okay. It is because these models have been trained on historical data. And that's it. After that, they have stopped. You need to provide context. You need to provide it the new data or current information. And for that, what you do is you do grounding with Google Search. And that is the importance of tools. So if you look at the structured output, this tool will allow you to get your output, say you want it in JSON or XML or any other format. Your code execution will help it to execute some lines of code right there. Function calling is the most amazing one, because if you are working and if you want to connect your own data source, your own APIs, you want to give the context of your own data, then that is when you use function calling. And that's how you are able to attach like a third-party source with these models, and the model can actually call the function and get the relevant information that you really need. And grounding with Google Search is the one that you can use for giving it the current information. And then I really was amazed when they included the URL context. I think it was introduced during Cloud Next or I/O. I'm forgetting the dates, but it is really very cool. Let's actually have a look at that one. And yes, then there are advanced settings. You can check your safety settings. You can add the stop sequence where you want the, truncate the response after which kind of strings. And then you can have the top P, top K, those things are there to set the probability, which I'm not going to talk about because I'm not an expert at that. So let's actually look at another cool feature with the AI Studio, which is compare mode. Now, prompt engineering is getting so much popular. You know why? Because these models need a lot of prompting for you to get a refined response, for you to try out a lot of stuff. And you can do so easily when you have a comparison mode. So on my left, I am not going to turn on any tools. And on my right, I am going to turn on grounding with Google search. And then I am going to ask it the same question. If I want to ask it the same question, all I have to do is rerun by clicking on this little gem. And now let's see what it gives us. All right, it's done some thinking. Nice. It finally knows who is. So it is Donald Trump. And how does it know that? Because it has done the Google search, and then it has given you the answer. Now it is actually connecting to an available tool to get you the right information that you need. Now, let me show you another example. I am going to turn on URL context, okay? And then I'm going to ask it, tell me more about tldr.lovey.dev, okay? Stop. I need to edit it. Maybe I'll just stop it, because it cannot visit that other website. Okay, tell me more about tldr.lovey.dev. It's going to go on both the sites. This one has no tools on. This one has the URL context on, which is what it is going to use. And you will see the difference between the responses. Okay, so this one, if you look at it, it says it's a summary of key points. Its site is to save your time. Really? Is it? Not really. This one, although, visited the site, and then it is able to provide you what is really all about it. So now this is the power of tools. If you use the URL context, it is going to go to that URL, visit the website, and fetch you the information, what is there, instead of just going by the name and hallucinating. So this is the power of tools, and today for the workshop, we will be using grounding with Google search to get that latest tech news. So let me close this and continue and show you some more stuff. So there is another thing about, apart from the compare mode, which is you can actually get the code. So if you are doing anything, and if you just want something to get started, at least a little bit of functionality, right? This is where your get code could come into the picture. Now with this, you can actually see what is really happening. So you can see, okay, it has initialized the Google Gen AI client with the API key, and then you can see it is using this model, how is it going to pass the content, and things like that. At least you have a place to get started, right? And then you can modify it as per your use. All right. Now, let's actually go back to the workshop and see what we are missing. Oops. All right. So if anyone here was in the whole, in the whole game of playing with the Gemini and has been using older models, I have got the source code for older models as well, but I would highly recommend you to start using 2.5 Pro straight away, like the newer models, which are GA. It will save you a lot of time, and the new packages are definitely worth trying. So don't use the Gemini SDK. That's been deprecated. If you had been using it, straight away use the Gen AI SDK. Alrighty. So what are we going to do today? So we have got familiarized ourselves with all the things that we have, and we are going to give it some system instructions. So let's copy that, go here, and let me go to the system instructions, and I will add it here. So you are an expert news reporter who curates content and provides a brief to-the-point response in Australian slang. You do not give long paragraphs, but just some bullet points with the summary. Okay? We are going to keep it Australian slang for now, and then we'll change it later. I'm going to close that, and then what's my prompt? I want to get the latest tech news in past 24 hours. I'll just type it in. And let me turn on Google grounding with search. All right, while that is generating it, any questions so far? No questions, great. All righty, so it has started generating the response. It is quite Australian, so it has got some sources where it has got the information. So it says, "G'day, mate." So yes, definitely Australian, I can tell you that. But for our example, we are going to change it to Thai. And let's do it when we do the implementation. So if no questions, we are going to move to the next page where we will create a basic Express API. So now what I want you to do is, I want you to navigate to Google Cloud Console. So go to Cloud Console, and then I want you to click on this Activate Cloud Shell, or you can press G and S on your keyboard. And that should activate the Cloud Shell. And it is going to ask you to authorize it. And what this shell is, basically, it is a very good way to do stuff. You can actually put all your commands in CLI and run them. But the best bit is the Open Editor command, because this is the place where you can actually host all your repositories and do all your code, write all your code here. It's like a little VS Code in your cloud. So you do not really have to install anything on your local, and you can run anything from here. So I'm going to go back to the terminal, and we are going to create our basic Express app. For that, I'm going to first create a new folder called News Curator. We'll go into that, change the directory into that, and initialize with npm, and then create an index.js. Very basic stuff, nothing too complicated there. Oh. All you have to do is copy-paste. And once you've done that, you would go to the editor, and you should be able to find a folder called News Curator. I have been able to find it. I can close this Gemini Code Assist. You can actually use the Code Assist while you're coding, but we don't need it for now. So everybody done until here. Nothing going too complicated. It's very super easy. Any questions? Everybody following? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. So what we are going to do is, we are going to copy this and paste it in your index.js. So what's happening? We have imported Express. We have imported .env to be able to use environment variables. We have initialized our app, and then using Express, and then initializing the whole config, and then setting up a port on 3000. And then we want the server to listen at this port, and then get us, and the very basic endpoint, which is at the root, to give us hello world. Nothing complicated here. It's very easy to follow. I'm sure if you are developing, it's just a piece of cake. Okay. Next, I want you to create a .env file and write port equal to 8080 there. The reason being, when you are developing within this Cloud Shell environment, it uses 8080 as your port. So I am going to go to this News Curator folder and create a .env file, And that is where I'll add the port 8080. And you don't really have to save things because it automatically saves stuff, so you should be fine. Going back, I want you to update your scripts. I want you to add 2 scripts, which is your dev and test, and also the type as module. So I'm going to go back here, open the package.json. Oh, actually, I have to add 3 scripts. Start script as well. Totally forgot. No, I've got 2 scripts only, start and dev. Sorry, my bad. Anyway. Okay, and then the next thing I have to do is update the type to module. Here, module. So update this type to module. So the reason being I want to use the import statements, and then if I use module, I can't do that. I feel very much comfortable using import statements. It's just the way how JavaScript can be written in different ways. Okay. Everybody following? I'm sure it's not difficult. And then we'll go back to the terminal and install these packages. So going back, open terminal. So remember, we already changed the directory to news curator, and that's where we are installing stuff. So it's already installed. And then if you look at your package.json, it should be updated with stuff in there. All right. Now that we have done that, we have actually created a very basic Express application. So you can just do npm run dev, and that should start your app. So going back to the cloud, open terminal, npm run dev. So it's running on port 8080. And if you want to look at your application, you can click on the web preview. If you click here, preview on port 8080, it's going to open your application that it is running locally on that Cloud Shell. And it says, hello world. OK. Yes. Can you say that? Yeah, OK. So you go back to this one here, and you go to web preview, and preview on port 8080. All good? Cool, cool. All right. Everybody following? Any questions? Everybody got hello world? Yes. OK. If no questions, we are going to go to the next step where we are going to add the Gemini magic. OK. So I think we are ready to use the Gemini API key and the whole Google for grounding with Google search in our Gemini API. So let's actually do that. What I want you to do next is you go back to your .env file. Now, in case if you close your .env file and you can't really find it, I think you can just go to view and maybe not view. Where was it? I forgot. Yeah, you go to view and toggle the hidden files, and you should be able to see your .env file. And what I want you to do is I want you to add your Gemini API key there. So for a very brief time, I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that you do not see my API key, and I copy it here. So I'll just stop mirroring. OK. And we're back. OK. All right. So if you have copied your Gemini API key, we should be good to go. And let's start updating our index.js. Now, I have to tell you one thing. Earlier, when they introduced the Gemini SDK, that is when you were just able to use the API key with Gemini SDK. And then they had a Vertex AI SDK if you wanted to use Vertex AI. But they introduced a Gen AI SDK instead and deprecated the Gemini API SDK, which is really cool, I would say, because with Gen AI SDK, you could use the API key as well as it is super easy to set up the Vertex AI if you want to use that one. So for today, we will be using Gemini API, but if you are interested to use your Vertex, then all you have to do is, here are the docs, like literally, it's super easy. I don't have to do much there. All you have to do is you have to make sure that the Vertex AI is true, and you give the project and the location, but during the initialization. But instead of this, we are going to use the API key. So going back to the code lab, what I want you to do is I want you to import the Gen AI package in your code. So open your code again and just add this import statement. Next up, I want you to copy this. So what you're doing here is, and make sure you add it before your app.listen. Don't add it on the top. Otherwise, you won't be able to actually use .env because you want to use the process.env, or basically you want to use your environment variables, and you can only use it once you have configured this bit. So make sure you add it here. It is going to pick up the API key from your .env file, and then you're going to initialize your client with this API key. Everybody following? All righty. Going back to the terminal, yeah, it's going to crash, of course. Let's actually add a new endpoint. And for that, I'm going to copy-paste things from this bit. For some reason, it's copying extra stuff, which I don't want it to do. Oh, God, I think. Let's see what happens. Going back to the editor, after this root endpoint, I have added a lot of stuff. Anyway, I have added this bit here. Now, I have created a new endpoint called /news. And what I'm doing is I have given it a prompt of latest tech news in past 24 hours. And then I am initializing the chat. So you can either use generate model or generate response object, or you can simply initialize a chat. I prefer initializing a chat. It makes it easier to converse with it, because if you have to have continuous conversations, that is when I would recommend you to use chat. And then I know it has got this from the preview, so I want you to change it to maybe Flash, or maybe just change it to Pro. You have to make that change, otherwise it would not work. You can always choose a model from here. So we are using 2.5 Pro. Okay? Going back, 2.5 Pro. And then here is where you define your tools. Now we are using Google Search. You can add further details about this Google Search tool if you like. I don't know if it opens it up. It doesn't really sometimes. No. It doesn't open it here. But if you usually do it in VS Code, it does, and you can get more details about what else you can use. So you can actually define how much do you want it to do the Google search with things like a dynamic threshold and other configurations. You can control how much search do you want it to do, so that you know that it searches thoroughly, or it does like a quick search and gives you the responses. So you can add those properties, set them up here. Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to update this system instruction. So instead of Australian slang, I'm going to update it in Thai. And let's see what it gives us. So we are ready. Our result, so basically what we are going to do is, we are going to send a message on this chat object that we created earlier, and then wait for the result. All right, everyone following? Any questions? It is super easy to follow. Yeah, pretty easy. I know, it's a piece of cake. You guys are amazing. Alrighty. So I'm just going to kill this one and start running this again. It's going to crash again because I haven't installed the package. So let me do that. Alrighty. And let's run it. Again, the preview page is here. I want you to go /news, okay? And then it is going to take a while. I don't know if you can see it is still loading. It's still there. Let's see what happens. Ta-da! So you have the API working. I don't know how good it is. I don't understand. You guys have to tell me. Is it good? Makes sense? Is it latest? You reckon? Good news? Latest news? Come on, people, you'll have to help me. Yeah, okay, yes, I'm getting thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Alrighty. So the API is ready. So it's time that we consume it. Okay? So what we are going to, hang on, before we consume it, it needs to be deployed, right? So questions. Anyone stuck? Everybody following? Oh, you're stuck. Yes, please. What are you getting? So hello world, was it at the root? You need to do /news. Did you have like an auth user at the end? Query parameter? I'll come to you. If no questions, then we can move ahead. Oh, I totally forgot. I wanted to show you the Gemini Live APIs in the AI Studio, but I think you already saw it in Sam's demo. So I think we're still covered with that. Okay, we move on to the next step, where we're actually going to deploy this little application of ours. And for that, you have to do is, you need to deploy it on Cloud Run. So Cloud Run is more like, it's a service from Google that makes things a lot more easier for us. You do not even have to create like a Docker file, and it will containerize your application and run it. So what we are going to do is we are going to enable the API. So for us to be able to use any of these services on Google Cloud, they usually have an API that you need to enable. So what you're going to do is, in your terminal, you are going to write this so that you can enable Cloud Build and Cloud Run APIs. The Cloud Build will use the build packs to build your image, and then put it on the artifact registry, and then Cloud Run will pull that image for your container and use that, basically. So let's go back here and stop our application. Enable the APIs. If you have not, I already have, you can still run it, no harm. Okay. And then you don't have to do this. Do it only if you get an error here. So let's do a G Cloud Run deploy, and make sure you are also in the News Curator folder. So now it's going to deploy the app. It is that easy to deploy things on Cloud Run. So what it is going to ask me is my source code in the News Curator folder? Yes, it is. Service name? Yep. And then it might ask me if I want to allow, this is going to ask me the regions. Now, I'm very picky with regions. I usually prefer US Central 1, I have often seen, if you're using any new of the features, they usually introduce them in the US Central 1 region. So I would recommend you to do so. If you're like testing stuff, not for your production applications, there you have to be a bit more careful about the latency and things like that. So, and then it actually, usually if you're doing it for the first time, it is going to ask you to allow unauthenticated access to your application. Do it, but don't do it in production, please. And then it will deploy, and it will build and deploy. So again, we did not initialize the Docker file. Cloud Run does it all by itself. All you need to do is just ask it to deploy. That's that easy to deploy and get started with Cloud Run. While it is doing that, any questions? Yes. Thank you for asking good questions. You get a peek. Okay, it has deployed the application and it has given me the service URL. So let me try that by command clicking it, and it says hello world. And if I just do a quick news, that is when it should be able to give me the news summary. It takes a bit because it is obviously calling the model and generating the response and getting it to you. And hooray, it did. Everyone has deployed the app. All done? Got the URL? Everybody got it working? Are we ready to move on to the next step? Yes. Are we waiting to deploy the application, or we have deployed? I'm going to take this silence very positively and move on. So I'm going to go to the next step where we actually send this curated news to our emails. So all you have to do is now look at the low-code, no-code option that is available with Google Cloud. So you go back to the editor, and you really don't need it anymore. So you can just close it. Now I want you to search for something called as application integration. And then open application integration. It is one of the very cool products from Google. It allows you to do stuff low-code, no-code. You are able to see it well, right? With this zoomed out window? Okay. All up till the back, right? Okay. So I'm going to go to the integrations. And then here, I'm going to create a new integration. I'm going to give it a name of TLDR, and then create it. it is going to open like a canvas. And on this canvas, you can configure a lot of things. The first thing is about triggers. A trigger is something which will invoke or start your workflow or this whole integration, right? So this is where you configure any triggers. So I am going to use API trigger. What I want to do is I want to call this API, and that is what is going to trigger it. And then go back here, and then in this one, this is called the trigger, and then all I have to do is, hang on, what's going on? There's a bit of a change. That's called trigger ID, input variables. Okay, that is the trigger, that is good. Okay, the API trigger, that means you are going to hit it and it would start the whole process. And the next thing I wanted to do is call an API. So what I wanted to do is call a REST API endpoint right after it has been triggered. And what endpoint? The endpoint that we created, the news curator API endpoint that we created. So I can use the service account, and my endpoint would be, oops, I did not copy the endpoint. So what I'm going to do is, oh, I did. I've got it here. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. So make sure you've got the /news at the end. And then we are going to use the get method. So this is going to call our API. This is the REST endpoint, so it can call that API. And then once it has got the response, I want it to send an email. So the next task would be to send email. Make sure you're connecting these. Alrighty, so send email. Now you can put your own recipient email, but what I am going to do is I am going to use a fake or temp email. It is going to give me a temporary mail. I go here, put that as the recipient email, and then in the subject, maybe TLDR, okay? And now, if you click in here, you could actually use variables. And what variables? If you click back here, you should be able to get the response body from the REST endpoint call. So this call had something, and it gave you the body. That response is the response from your API, that news summary, and that is what you're going to send it to your email as the body. All right, and I think we are done. And let's test it. So I'm going to test this integration. Integration is successful. Let's see if I've got an email. Yay, I got the email. Look at this one. Ta-da! The email works. Does it work for you guys? Has anyone got the email yet? Any questions? Anyone stuck? You got the email, not no email? Okay, I'm going to go back here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to click on View Logs. Because logging is almost, it's like it is the best part of any application, really. Because you can see how it is going from one place to another, and you can actually use it to debug. So you can see how it called the endpoint, it got this as the response body, and then it tried sending the email, and then in the first attempt itself, it was able to send the email, and it got a response as well. So You can do that, and then you can go back and publish this. Once you have published this, you would have a news application that works when you trigger it. However, so it is working, but what we wanted was that it sends you an email automatically at a particular time of the day. How would you do it? Well, that is a homework for today. I want you to try it at home. Change the trigger from the API trigger to use a timer trigger. So a timer trigger would allow you to set a time at which you would like to get that news summary. So make sure that the time zone that the trigger has is basically the US time zone. It is GMT 8, America Los Angeles time zone. And if you need to convert it into your own time zone to understand and configure it at the right time, mine literally triggers at, I don't know, 3 p.m. sometimes, 5 p.m. sometimes, depending on the daylight savings, because I was too lazy to put it at a good time that matches my Australian time. But anyway, I really want to know if you have got the email, so we can do a wrap up. You got the email? I'll take that silence as a yes and be shameful. Oh, shameless, sorry. Alrighty. We are done. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming along. These are some resources I used, but let's connect. And if you have any questions, ask me, because I still have a couple of stickers to give away. Done.
Question.
I want to have a question. How do you do dev your site? Log.dev site.
Oh, lobby.dev.
Yes.
So
how do you create?
I've created the code lab. There's this tool called Clat that I use. I can share it with you later on. I'll share it.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question. You want to pick up a
Oh yeah. Ooh. So we also have a Slido for like if someone want to ask a question.
No questions, then that's good. But I just have four, 5 stickers more to give away.
Yeah, we have sticker.
Yes.
As a developer, I wanted to try Google Console stuff and AI model stuff, but is it, if I deploy in dev perspective, is it billable?
Okay, you know the fun part about Cloud Run? It's serverless. So you only pay for what you use. And it's negligible. So your $5 credit might actually work for a long time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, we have.
Yes. So with serverless, no servers running, that means it runs or spins up something when you send it a request. So you do not pay for an instance running. So nothing per minute or per second, it's per use.
Per individual use?
Per use, kind of, yeah.
So it's a fixed like amount for like spinning it up, right?
So, okay, there's a lot that goes into it, but consider it like this. So just consider it like an analogy. It's not exactly like this, okay? So you created a serverless application. It's there, but it's not running on any machine at the moment. But then you make a request. It automatically runs that machine so that it can fulfill your request and then goes back. It would wait for more requests, it's warm, but then it would die. And then you only pay for the time it's running. Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
not exactly like that, but something like that in an easy way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Pick up a sticker, please. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, we also have question on the Slido.
Yeah. Yes. Do you want a sticker, Anonymous? Any other questions?
Yeah, I think that's all. So thank you so much, Ms. Lovely Jen, for your comprehensive workshop on building no-code automation app. We appreciate Ms. Lovely for sharing your insight with us. So we will now transition to our next session. The subject is Kubernetes Simplified Intelligent Troubleshooting with KXGBT and Gemini by Mr. Ashutosh. So let's welcome him. Yeah.
Pronouncing my name correctly?
Oh, yeah. So we have state timer right here.
Yeah, thank you. That's the time. Cool. You can take this. I can take this. No, that's okay. Hi guys, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Ashutosh Sudhakar Bhakre. I'm here to talk about little long title, right? Kubernetes Simplified Intelligent Troubleshooting with K8s and Gemini, right? The level is intermediate. Let's see how it goes. Before that, couple of things. So this is a quick agenda for next 30 minutes, which we will be talking on. Please feel free to scan the QR code. There are a lot of presentation decks, code labs, links. Please feel free to download and copy if you want without the credits. That's completely fine. I will try to do a demo also at the end. Anyone know why there is a star in the demo at last? Anyone wants to guess? Yeah? Optional, okay. It is conditional actually. If it runs successfully, it's your day. If it doesn't run successfully, it's also your day, right? So we'll see how it goes. A quick poll, guys. How many of you knows Kubernetes? Okay. Couple of people knows Kubernetes. Nice. Good to know that. So those who knows Kubernetes will agree with me that Kubernetes is everywhere. Fine. Maybe another poll. How many of you don't know Kubernetes? I know the rest of the people, I just want to do a warming up. That's the reason I put it this poll. Anyway, so I will quickly take you through what is Kubernetes also, and then we'll talk about the K8s and Gemini ecosystem, right? So, yeah, so, it's all started with a basic question on where should I run my stuff, right? In this hall, I think no one of you had a situation where you had not ran the code, right? You might have done hello world in C or maybe Python or whatever language you're learning, right? You use some sort of device to run it. But in a production scenario, how an application get deployed, how it runs. So in the GCP specific scenario, one of my favorite slide, it is little old slide, but I usually copy it a number of times. In GCP, you see 5 ways to deploy an application, right? Yeah, I know 5. And the slides, there are only 4 ways. Anyone from the Google background or GCP background wants to guess what is the 5th way? Yeah? App engine, that's right. So we have a 5th way, that is an app engine to deploy the application, right? So it's all started with the compute engine. That's what infrastructure as a service, right? We all heard about that since long. Then it becomes a container as a service. Container, Cloud Run. Cloud Run, serverless. Good fit for serverless architecture, microservice, stateless, and clusterless also. So if you are holding a stateless application, you can deploy it in a Cloud Run. What is Cloud Run? It basically runs a container and that container will be running your application. Like a Pokemon Go game. Pokemon Go game was hosted as a container initially, but later on it shifted to Kubernetes, right? I will tell you the reason also. Then third option is Kubernetes engine, which is more orchestrated way, where you do orchestration, where you do managing multiple nodes and containerization altogether. Fourth way is cloud function, which is nothing but my event-driven stuff. Like if I want to do a payment verification, or I want to do a batch job, or I have to take a backup, I will be using what? Cloud function, event-driven architecture, right? So yeah, the same slide, same topic, just in a different slide you can see. So it's all about running an application. One is the Docker container, that was the first initial way of deploying it. Then you got a compute engine, the VMs. Then you got a Cloud Run, auto-scaling, GKE, clustered-based deployment. That blue box, if you see that blue box, is my container. And these are the ways of deploying the application, right? So you need a Docker software to run the container on your laptop or on your desktop, right? That's what the point is. And the fifth option is App Engine, which is also known as S2A. S2A, source to application. So now to run a container, you need an image. To create an image, you write a Docker file. Docker file. Docker file is a step-by-step instructions which build an image and then push it to artifact registry. So App Engine does that magic in a backend by default, right? That's what the logic of 5 ways of deploying the application. So I hope you guys are getting the containers, but if you are still not getting it, I will quickly take you to the slides. This is the best way, like to whom, like every time if someone asks me what is container, this is the examples of, these are the examples of container, right? A basic mobile phone or a walkie-talkie. I don't know. This guy is an undercover cop basically in one of the famous movie, and he's holding a basic mobile phone. Anyone wants to guess why he's holding a basic mobile phone? He's an undercover cop and he's holding a basic mobile phone. What's the reason? Yeah? Sorry? Exactly. So he can, he can have it in a secured way. It is easy to, dispose. He can just throw it away, right? You can't throw it your so-called smartphone, right? Easily. That's another disposable. Another logic? Any other logic than the disposable one? So let me put it in a quickly way. One is secure, isolated, lightweight, right? Portable, less resource consumption, less maintenance, cost. So in a production scenario, whenever you try to deploy an application, you have to check about the costing also. So that is like container is a way which brings the cost to a tremendous saving ecosystem. So it reduces your cost probably by 10x deploying the application, right? So that's where the container comes into picture, right? And to deal with a container orchestration, right? Sorry. So one second. So deal with a container orchestration, we use Google Kubernetes engine. So you guys might have thought of what is the difference between Cloud Run and GKE. So as I said, GKE does orchestration of your Kubernetes cluster, and it comes with a lot of advantages. That advantages also we will see step by step. So just a quick glimpse of, I will skip couple of slides just to save the time. So that's how I explain what is orchestration in a very simple analogy, right? Imagine that there is a class, there are a couple of students, each class has one teacher, right? And every teacher is reporting to the HOD. HOD, I don't know, you guys name it as a HOD only in your institution, college, school, head of the department, or any other name, principal? Principal Principal, right? So probably like a principal. So she takes care of three things: central management, load balancing, and high availability. These three things is done by that HOD or principal. That's what my K8s master does. That's what my K8s control plane does. And that's how you need an orchestration. So that lady is orchestrating the class teachers. Class teacher is managing the containers. So we have a software called Containerd. Earlier we used to have a Docker on every node, but as Docker becomes an enterprise entity, we use now something called Containerd, which is also known as CRI, Container Runtime Interface. Container Runtime Interface. So yeah, that's the orchestration, right? Are you with me so far? No? Are you with me so far? Okay. So what GKE comprises of, I will quickly take you through this. These are the workloads, like what applications you can deploy: stateless application, custom database, long running jobs, logging, monitoring based ecosystems. So these are the use cases of GKE, what we have. In Cloud Run, we name it as a container. In GKE, we name it as a pod. Pod is a wrapper on top of container. It's like a uniform of a student. So college, university has a classes. Classes are node. Teacher is Containerd. The student who is wearing the uniform is pod. That's how the analogy you can relate, right? That's what the cluster comprises of. Then, what are the advantages? Like why someone wants to use GKE? See, first of all, GKE is manage Kubernetes. So if I need Kubernetes on my normal cluster, if I want to set up it, right, it is little complex. So if you are a developer, you will say why I should do all the infrastructure magic or infrastructure deployment. So to overcome with such kind of scenario, we use managed Kubernetes. And this managed Kubernetes comes with these advantages. The first advantage what we get is the scaling part, auto scaling. Now, Pokemon Go games, let's come to the same scenario, or a Spotify application. Right? You guys use Spotify for music streaming? Anyone heard about Spotify? Right? So Spotify is deployed on a Kubernetes, right? Just because of the auto scaling ecosystem. It spins the node automatically, right? Then compliance. Anyone heard about compliance? Any compliance you guys knows? Any compliance? We have PCI compliance. We have HIPAA compliance. We have GDPR compliance. These are the compliance which is by default supported by GKE. If I want to bring it on my own infra, it is one of the toughest job. That's why we don't use non-managed or a standard cluster. Then auto upgrade, auto patching is there. It has IAM plus RBAC, security. So by default, my Kubernetes uses config file for authentication. On top of that, you can add an IAM, identity access management, right? For the security stuff, and RBAC, role-based access control. Another point is volume, data. So how GKE pod stores the data persistently. So to make that happen, we use dynamic volume in the GKE. Then cloud build and cloud deploy is CI/CD. Have you heard about CI/CD? Continuous integration, continuous delivery, right? So cloud deploy is continuous delivery. Cloud build is continuous integration, CI. So you don't need any of the third-party applications like Jenkins to build and push. You can easily use cloud build and cloud deploy. Another point is we have something called node auto repair. So node self-healing. If the node is not running in a healthy way, you can fix it easily, right? One of the most prominent advantage, what I see, is this security posture. Where, see, the problem, or I would say the ecosystem, what we are following, we are pulling the images, public images, and trying to build an app on top of it, right? But what about vulnerability? If the image is vulnerable, I should able to understand that, right, using my cluster dashboard. So GK comes with security posture where you can see the vulnerabilities directly. What are the concerns? What are the CVEs, right? And you can try to understand and fix those kind of logic. That's the another GK advantage what we have. Yeah. Now GKE comes with two versions. One is you basically create a node pool, right, which defines a GPU hardware, whatever you're looking for, and then you pay per node. If I have 10 nodes in the cluster, as I said, 10 nodes are like 10 classrooms. If I have 10 nodes in the cluster, I will pay per node. The billing cycle happens per node. That's the standard edition. But we have an excellent edition called Autopilot. You don't create a node. You define a pod first. You create an application by defining the pod, right? You run the pod. It provisions the hardware for you automatically in a backend. It goes and provisions the hardware, and then you pay per pod. You pay per pod. That's the advantage of GK Autopilot, right? And quickly, last slide maybe for the GK is this. 65,000 nodes per cluster. That's the recent update done by Google. 65,000 nodes per cluster. Google is claiming that the numbers are still increasing. They are still testing, but they said 65,000 is the number what we are verified as in running an application and a cluster. And if it is autopilot, then 5,000 nodes. That's the another, even 5,000 is a good number, right? And how many applications you can deploy? It's around 2 lakhs pod you can deploy. Yeah, maybe what are the customers? I took a couple of top customers from the Google official websites. We have so many other customers, but due to the NDA, we can't put it here, right? So that's the reason. So I verified that the companies which are not under NDA, I have put it the logo here, fine? So we have lot many like this. So yeah, now coming to the actual discussion part. I can see those who had a marriage and married people are laughing loudly after seeing this slide. Is that just they can relate it? No? Okay, just joking. So dealing with Kubernetes is like this. Because I know containers since 2016, trust me, that is one of the reason my hairs are white. And I stopped using any fancy dye. I thought I could save a couple of money, some money out of this. Anyway, but the point is this. When you do learn Kubernetes, it feels like, okay, cool, it's okay, it's easy. But when you get into a deep dive, you will see the right-hand side. The reality is really painful, right? That's another problem. Another problem of GKE is easy. How to troubleshoot. This is how you troubleshoot, right? Easy, right? And if you ask Kubernetes administrator a question, so this is the problem. So DevOps guy, the SRE guy can't sleep peacefully for 8 hours rather than this place. Anyway, so these are the problems, of course, coming with the Kubernetes by default. Now, how do you solve these problems? That's the whole discussion, right? So you guys knows the answer already. Like whenever you are in a issue in a IT or non-IT world, what you do? You ask Gemini, right? correct? You go and ask the question, so that's where the answer comes in, the solution. Gemini. So I don't need to tell you about Gemini, right? I can skip this slide. So you interact with your cluster, shifting from a command line ecosystem to a normal language or a natural language. That's what you do with the Gemini. So then the point is, can't I use the same method to talk to my cluster? Why I should use a command called kubectl? So those who are new to Kubernetes, to manage cluster, we use what? kubectl. That's a CLI, which is complex. And you have to follow the syntax of it. So we have two tools. One is K8s GPT and second is kubectl AI. Both works in a seamless manner by dealing with or by using Gemini in a backend. Right? How? Let me show you. So K8s GPT is AI-powered tool which helps you to deal with most of the daily troubleshooting issues or maybe monitoring issues. I ask my cluster, hey, cluster, can you help me to identify the pods who are running since last 28 hours? Right? Or can you help me to identify the potential pods those are eating more than 1 GB of a memory? Right? Or can you help me to create the pod with specific image? So these kind of things you can easily do using K8s GPT, and the integration, of course, the LLM, the GenAI, it uses Azure, Amazon Bedrock, OpenAI, Gemini. Even it supports local model. Anyone knows local LM model? Yeah? What is that? Yeah, but any model name you used? Llama, right? Llama, we have one more thing called Olama. So it supports Olama also, right? That's the best part of the K8s GPT. Yeah, this is how it works. Maybe a not matured diagram, but I tried my best. So in fact, what happens is I skip my all drawing classes when I was in school. So I have a curse of my drawing teacher, right? That is why this drawing is not good as per, like, if you compare the other slides. But yeah, I tried my best. So you have a compute or a normal laptop or a VM, which helps you to deal with the K8s. So you say K8s analyze my node. So it analyzes your node and tell you the details about it, right? Yeah, then comes a second tool, which is kubectl AI. It is a platform similarly to K8s GPT. In fact, what happens is, a couple of months back, I was giving a talk in Chennai. I was taking a workshop in Chennai on K8s GPT. So I landed at the venue around 9 a.m. and my workshop has scheduled at 10 a.m. Like, I had a 1 hour to deal and I was just scrolling some new updates. So at that time, I saw a new tool called kubectl AI, which was launched by Google. It is an open source tool, like a ADK. Right? I hope you have heard about ADK in the previous talk. ADK is also open source. This is a second tool by Google, which is completely open source, right? Which helps you to manage the clustered, load, cluster troubleshooting, cluster monitoring, using a standard or a normal language. You can use it in a different logical tools. You can use Trivi also with it. Trivi, that is an image scanning tool. So having said that, I can ask my kubectl saying that, kubectl AI, can you scan this image and tell me the CVEs from this image? That is also there in this kubectl AI. And as I said, it supports Vertex AI, Gemini, OpenAI, any model, or even a local LLM model also. So how it works, please have a look. This is how you are saying kubectl AI, how Nginx app doing in my cluster. See. So it is executing the green commands. So that green lines are the commands which you don't need to worry about. Check this. Can you reduce the capacity of a Nginx app by half? Let's see what it does. Do you want to proceed? Yes. It is changing the number of replicas. Can you fetch the logs for Nginx app? This is how it is fetching. So that's how easy the kubectl AI is all about. Right? So you can simply talk to the cluster in a normal language. Can you see that? Right? There is no code, there is no syntax, there is no command which you are looking for. Make sense? Right? Yeah. Till this it is fine. Right? Now, everyone is talking about MCP. Right? What is MCP, by the way? Model Context Protocol, right? So you can integrate and kubectl AI with the MCP also. How? Let's see. So we all know MCP, so I will skip this slide. If you don't know MCP, it's like it's a place where you get a centralized API and which helps you to talk to your application in a API way, right? That's the MCP, what we all know, right? So what you do is using MCP and kubectl AI, you can integrate the kubectl AI with a MCP server. So you get a standard API gateway for AI powered Kubernetes. So you are building an API using an MCP plus something called kubectl AI. How? I have one diagram which will help you to understand. A very simple diagram where a user is talking to the API, that is my MCP client. API is nothing but my MCP client, and then it uses a LLM model. That LLM model could be anything. It can be OpenAI, it can be my Gemini, and I'm using a MCP server which is talking to the tools. So the tools could be kubectl, K8s GPT, or kubectl AI. That's where the integration happens. And then the cluster. By the way, in the diagram, I had given only one cluster. You can use this kind of ecosystem for a broader scenario. Like, I can have multiple clusters. Can you believe multiple clusters? And I can ask, the user may ask, can you go to my cluster 1 and tell me what is happening? Can you go to cluster 10 and tell me what is happening? Right? That is also possible using this sort of ecosystem. So that's how the MCP is benefited apart from using only what? kubectl AI. Make sense? Right? So yeah. So recently I had written a code lab on the discussion what I am doing just now. So you guys already have a cloud credits with you, right? So by any chance, if you want to try everything in a practical way, what I discuss, please use this QR code. Can anyone please confirm if the QR code is working? Working? Thank you. So this is how, by the way, this is a step-by-step code lab which will create the cluster, which will help you to install kubectl AI, and which will help you to understand how kubectl AI works. Make sense? Right. Yeah, I think that's it from my end. So this is my LinkedIn profile. By any chance, if you want to connect or if you want to ask anything, feel free to ask anything, whatever you want on a LinkedIn, or we have a couple of minutes. If you have any question, let me know. Open for the question, guys. I'm done from my end, sorry.
We also have one question on Slido. Let's wait for Pifun, for Amit. ขอ Slido หน่อยครับพี่
Yeah.
มาไหม
This one. The slide. You want the slide, right?
สไลโด
Oh, Slido.
Slido.
Oh, Slido. Okay. Yeah.
No, I mean, no, I want to ask something from the slide actually.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Which page? You
Probably the last or probably second last.
Last minus one.
That's right.
This one is
Next, cut left.
Code lab. Do you have a question on slide?
yeah, one question.
Yeah. Can I assume that for a GK autopilot, it's more cost efficient than the standard, but the standard could be more customized and more nodes? One thing I agree with the question is, yes, standard and autopilot, the major difference is the number of nodes. Standard comes with 65,000 nodes. Autopilot comes with 5,000 nodes. Agree, 100% agree. That is a one point. Second point you are asking is more cost efficient, right? Probably may or may not. The reason is, if I use autopilot, I can fine tune the provisioning of a node using autopilot class. There is a node autopilot class which you can control in terms of costing. So may or may not be the situation, okay? So MCP server acts like a virtual machine or not? I would say no, technically no, very technically no. It's not the virtual machine kind of ecosystem. It's like an API. It's like a gateway. It's like an API gateway which acting as an MCP server. How safe to allow How safe to allow agents to do in GK or any K8s cluster, which practice, see, that's where the debate can be, like how secure it is if I'm exposing, but you can expose it in an intranet. So kubectl uses your kubeconfig file only at the end of the day. And that's why you can use Olama. That's where we suggest to use local model. If you are more security conscious, don't push it to the public Gemini. Use on or your local Llama or Olama model. That's the workaround for that. Done?
Okay, so I think that's all.
Cool. So thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently, guys. Thank you for hosting me here. Thank you, Fawn. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Asutosh, for your comprehensive workshop on Kubernetes. And also thank you for sharing your wonderful insight with us. So we will now transition to our next session. The session is on device AI with Light RT by คุณอมร อภิชาติธนกุลเดี๋ยวรอทีมงานเซตอัพสักครู่นะครับ เรื่องอะไรครับภาษาอังกฤษนะครับภาษาอังกฤษเนาะภาษาอังกฤษครับ
Hi everyone. So on my session we're gonna talk about the on-device AI with Light RT. So the all day session that we are talking, we talk about the on-cloud, right? So everything is on the internet, on the server. So you have to call the API to get the response and respond back to the client. And after that, you will do some tasks. For this session, we're gonna talk about like how about on device. If everything everything processed locally without the internet. Okay, so my name is Amoy Pichantanakul, the Senior Innovation Engineer from the KBTG. So let's talk about the cloud AI first. So when we talk about the AI, we think about like the big servers, the big GPU, the newest model in the world, like Gemini 3, maybe in the future. So it's super powerful. It does everything. It can even generate text, generate image or video, and obviously it works on any devices. So if even you have like the Android 3000 baht, you can still use like the latest model, the high quality. But when compared with the on-device, it's less powerful by a lot. Can do much. So you want to generate image or video, it cannot do it. And not everybody can use it. So it's like, so you might need the newest phone to do it, or you might need like the Samsung Galaxy, the newest one. So sounds like, why bother to have an on-device? So let's say that why we still have this talk. If cloud AI is, everything is better, why we want a less power model in the device, and why we have to say, let's say why we have to ask the user to buy a new phone to use our new model. So yeah, everything has like the pro and cons, right? So if cloud AI, they have like everything that we're talking about, how about the benefit of on-device AI? So the first one is near zero network latency. So basically everything processed on your device. So they don't have to go outside of your phone or maybe even your controller. So everything processed locally. So basically it doesn't have any latency. So they will have a use case for the real-time on-device AI. Another thing is data privacy and security. So everything processed on device, so you don't send any PII data of the users over the internet, and anyone can intercept it. So we don't have this problem. Another one is offline, but for me, I think offline is nice to have, but for me, I think about like 100% uptime. So on cloud, they have a lot of hub, right? Like AWS, if it's down, what's gonna happen? If server down, if the mobile network, like you use AAS to detect or whatever, if it's down, what's gonna happen? So you cannot use it. So they have like 3 hubs, maybe server, the models, and your phone. Even your phone is broken, you cannot use it, right? So yeah, we talk about like what is the use case that we need 3 of this. So we come to the use case. Before we going further, because we know that on cloud is the best. On device have a lot of limitation. So we have some benefit, like 3 stuff that I talking before, right? So let's see the use case that what is on device can do, but cloud cannot do. The first one is, let's say, financial service. So we talk about the latency. So if everybody use a QR scan code, right? So in the old time, you have to take a photo, you choose the QR code from the gallery, and after that you send the QR code, you upload the whole image to the server. And yeah, the image is big, you have to resize it. Server have to like check that if this QR code is valid or not, and they send the response back. So all that round trip is take like 500 milliseconds or 1 second. So on device AI, so this one is, let's talk about the QR code scanner, right? So you use a camera and you can check the QR code real time. So this is one of the use cases that on cloud cannot do it. So you can like scan the QR code, like streaming to find the QR code that valid to make a transfer. Another one is face liveness. So if you use a banking service, you will know that the Bank of Thailand, they require that if you transfer over 50,000 baht, you have to have the face comparison. So face comparison is basically, it's not good enough to authentic users. So we have to have a face liveness, which is on device. Face liveness is the thing that to check that the image that coming from the camera is the real one. It's not like you put like the fake 3D mask and you can like fake to be someone else. So face liveness will check like the shininess of your skin, like the reflection from your eyes, a lot of things. Yeah, so this one they will check it, everything is on device. So latency that I'm talking about is like, it's real time, so you don't have to have like the network go two-way route to authentication. Another one is consumer industry, is latency as well. So on device is augmented face. So if we don't have on device, so you cannot do like stickers or you put your face into like put some hat, some glasses. So it's open a new use case for the user as well. So even AR, they can like, they check that which one is wall, which one is floor. So everything is checked in real time. And this is like the best use case that I can think of. So it's like the self-driving car. So it's latency and offline. Why is offline? As I mentioned that if you're driving and internet is cut, so what's gonna happen? So for the self-driving car, they have a lot of on-device AI, like object detection. So they have to know that where is the object, and object traction, detection, and object, what to say, estimation. So they have to understand that the object is moving, and is it moving in front of my car, or is it moving outside of my car? So they have to track that. So segmentation, this one is on device as well. So they have to understand what is the road, what is the building, what is the sky. So they will use this data to put in another AI to check it. Depth estimation, so they have to know the distance from the image. But some car may use LiDAR to check the distance between objects. But some car will use like just depth estimation. So they will know that, okay, this is too far away from me, so they don't have to worry about it. This is too close, so they have to check, they have to be careful. And of this, so object detection, tracking, segmentation, so of this, so they put into the SLAM. SLAM is the on-device AI to understand the context. You learn about the context engineering already, right? So they have to understand in 3D world. In image, there is 2D world, right? So they have to convert in 3D world that where is the car, where is the object, how far is it, and the object movement, is it how fast it is? So they have all of this stuff, all of the crazy stuff in real time, under 100 milliseconds. So as I mentioned that the cloud cannot do it. And I didn't say that cloud is bad, but I just try to say that cloud and on-device, they have separate use case. On-device is about the latency and real time. So you see that human interaction time is about 250. That's the fastest that we can do, right? So all of this stuff, when you're driving, you have to like check the car between you and your car, and how about the side, how about the people that are gonna crossing. So all of that you have to process it, and it takes about 250. While the autonomous cars take about 100 milliseconds. Of course, if the autonomous is take longer than human, so the use case it's not gonna happen. And another one is like you see that the no internet connection. So this is one of the crucial thing of on device as well. So is 100% uptime unless your hardware is broken. So yeah, you don't want to like driving and you forgot to pay your mobile bill and internet connection is cut. So this is one of the use case. Healthcare. Okay, so this Apple Watch that they keep tracking if you have a fall detection. You're not gonna connect internet 24 hours, 7 days a week, right? It's gonna cost money a lot if you have to like sync to the database all the time. And another thing is like HIPAA compliance. So it's like a GDPR, right? That your data, if it's not need, you shouldn't send over to the network. So in some like healthcare, they're concerned about it. So everything should be on device. And you can online when needed. So if you fall down, it's gonna call the hospital or something else. So, okay, so we talk about the on-device AI already, and you see that, okay, it's useful, it have some use case. So, yeah, so we have use case between all of this. So on devices, it need to be real time, it has to be offline, and privacy is the first priority. If you have 3 of these, I think on devices have a use case for it. And it's opened a new possibility for the user experience. As I mentioned that if everything is on cloud, the self-driving car is not gonna happen. And on device, yeah, Google have it as well. So Google have on cloud with like LLMs that we're talking about, like all the crazy server stuff. And they have it's called Google AI Edge. So you can check it out. In Google AI Edge, they separate into like, let's say 3 big things. The media pipe is like low code, no code for the on-device AI, so you don't have to train it by yourself. Training, if you are a data scientist, you understand that training and find the data is like 80% of your time. So this one is Google has already prepared for it, like object detection, segmentation, all of the stuff that is the fundamental that people use. So they have a media pipe. So in some cases, people might like media pipe and ML key is kind of similar, but the key part is ML kit is designed for mobile only. So it's only support iOS and Android. And media pipe, they support more than that. So they even support microcontroller and IoT. And another thing is media pipe, you can custom tune the model by yourself. MLK is like a whole package that you cannot do anything about it. And another one is custom model. So if you have your own model on the cloud and you think that your model have some use case to put on device, you will use custom model to put in it, which I will talk about next. And another thing is Gemma. So Gemma is like a local LLM from Google. So local LLMs, I will talk about this a little bit, that I actually, in my opinion, I don't see any use case of it yet. Maybe in the future, because if you develop application for the end users, every time that you update the app, let's say you have to download 3 or 5 gigabytes of like Gemini Nano. They have like 500 megabytes, but it's not smart enough to do anything. But if you want to do smart enough, it's like 3 up to 5 gigabytes. And your application, how big it is? 50 megabytes, 100 megabytes. So you're trying to force user to download something like 5.1 gigabyte for your application. Anyone gonna download it? For me, I'm not gonna download it. So Gemini Nano, so you're gonna think that, oh, okay, so sounds like they don't have a use case for that, except 2 things. This is my opinion. So the first one, and I think this one is really, really clever for iOS and Android. So they embed it in the OS. So right now, normally you download like 5 or 6 gigabyte of the new OS, right? But right now they're gonna increase to 8 to 9, maybe up to 10, because they package with the local LLMs inside the OS. So everyone can use it. Every app that in the application can use it. So you don't have to have like a separate LLMs for your app, for another apps. So they share the local LLMs. So in iOS, they have, since iOS 26, they have, I think it's called iOS Foundation. So you can use local LLM from the Apple Intelligence in your application without install another 3 or 5 gigabyte into your application. So every time you upload, you update your application, you just download a new version, maybe 100 megabyte. You don't have to care about the OS LLMs. Another one is, it's not for end user application. So it's not like, let's say the kiosk, if you can control your hardware, like a tablet or your kiosk or something that you don't need to update all the time. You're not gonna like release every month or twice a month. So maybe you have to update like once a year. So this one will be a use case for it because you can control your hardware and you're not gonna update a lot. So these are the 2 use cases of the local LLM that I'm talking about. Otherwise, for me, I didn't see any use case for it yet. So as I mentioned that we have MediaPy, custom model, Gemma, and ML-Kit. So we're gonna go to custom model next, which is LiteRT. So LiteRT is a runtime from Google that they write in C or C++ to run the model online, but they optimize it, the memory footprint or the storage that they use to be suitable for local mobile devices. When I say mobile devices, it's not about the iOS and Android only, right? So even my Mac is local devices as well, microcontroller, Raspberry Pi, all of that stuff, Google can run on it. So they have options. So LiteRT is not like the only option that you can put the online AI into your devices. So they have LiteRT that make from Google. So actually, if you know it, LiteRT is TensorFlow Lite. It's the old name. So TensorFlow, you know it already. Like it's a very famous framework to run the AI model. TensorFlow Lite is another thing that they tune it for the lower device, so less memory, less CPU and GPU, but of course less performance as well. Another one is ONNX runtime is from Microsoft, and PyTorch mobile from Meta. So we talk about LiteRT because the benefit, the pro and cons of LiteRT is it's good for Android. It's the best performance from all 3 of the framework that we're talking about, and it's only one that supports microcontroller. So as I mentioned that on device is IoT stuff as well, iOS and Android. So I picked LiteRT because we care about the performance as well, right? So if you want to run AI on the device, you care about the performance. If the performance is not good, you will go to on-cloud AI instead. So how to implement it? Basically, they have like Cracker or Hugging Face that you can go to the website like Cracker, right? You can download the model that you want. So in my demo that I'm gonna show you next, I use a food classification. So before you use it, you have to read the input and output. But mostly for the mobile application, the most use case for me is image classification. So you open the camera and they will turn image into the result, because actually they have text, they have voice, they have image, but image is the most used case for mobile application. And output, yeah, you get the input and you can output for this one. And this size, they already have a benchmark for it. So you see that when I said real time, right? In application is about like, it shouldn't be more than 100 milliseconds. So maybe up to 400 or 500 is still okay. But after that, the use case for on-device AI maybe is not useful anymore, because the round trip from the network is about 500 to 1 second. So people will consider to use online instead. So, okay. So after you download it, okay, let me. Okay, so this is my device. After you download it, I'm not gonna talk about how to implement it, because it's like another story. So, but basically you turn the image from native or Flutter, convert into to the right format that the model needs. So in this case, like say that they want 224 pixel by 224, so I have to convert it. And this is the food list. So basically, they're not gonna tell what kind of food it is. They're gonna tell, right, from this image, which number is gonna be. And after that, we have to map by ourselves. Okay, let's start with like the simple thing is like sushi. So as I mentioned that, that is on device, no network, right? So I can cut the mobile data to show that is it working? Okay. Ah, oh, sorry. Mm. Okay, so this is from the Flutter side, right? So in this demo, I'm gonna show you that how Flutter can work on this one. So the sushi is 100% confidence. I showing the total times that they're gonna work, like about 1.5 seconds, because they have like the convert time, because Flutter they export into YUV format, and I have to convert into RGB. So it took about 200 milliseconds, and I have to resize to the size that the model wants, another 500, and inference time is about 300. So total time is gonna be 1.5, and you say that this is sushi. Actually, I have a native camera as well, and I forget. This my device is Redmi A5 is 3,000 bytes, very low tier device. So I just want to show that if the low tier device, how long does it take to get the data. So this is for native. Native is a lot better. So you see that Flutter is take about like 1.5 seconds, and native is take about like 100 milliseconds. So basically, we can call this one real time, but in Flutter it's not that real time, but they have different use cases. So if you have like the conveyor to scan food, in native you don't have to slow conveyor. You can like run it fast. But in Flutter, maybe you have to like run it and stop it for a little bit, and after that you can run it again. Why use Flutter? Because because Light RT is cross platform, right? It can do in microcontroller, Raspberry Pi, iOS and Android. So Flutter is the suitable use case for Light RT because it cross platform as well. They can do in like 5 or 6 different platforms. But I just want to show that Flutter is not that good in the on-device AI when you compare to native that is under 100 milliseconds. Okay, let's do something crazy. Sushi is like, maybe it's too easy. Let's say that I'm scrolling down to something like, I don't know, this one sounds Bakri, I don't know. Let's see if they understand it. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like naan. All right. Okay. Let's see if they understand it. So they try to understand like burrito, apple pie. Okay, maybe change some pictures because it's too small. Okay, let's go with this one. Zoom a little bit. Padina. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's too hard, but just to show that, okay, so yeah, so this is the use case of on-device AI that you can do offline without any network. So yeah, so you can go like grab the models from the Kaggle or Hugging Face, read the input and output and put into the application and yeah. Yeah, that's the demo. Okay, so basically this is a slide that I just show you if you want to like have the slide. Actually, I have like all the demo in another slide. Okay. So if everybody get it already, I gonna change it in 3, 2, 1. So this is like the sample code that you can pull it and try to play with it. So you just change the model and find the resolution that the model needs, and you can run it again to check it out. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Amon Abhishek Ratanakul for the amazing session and insightful on-device AI with Light RT. ไม่เป็นไรครับไม่เป็นไรครับ so let we check if do we have not some Q&A. Okay, no question for now. Do anyone have question? Oh. ได้ครับ
So basically, that you said like so it's if it's gonna be work for on the phone case, I think it's like do we need to have like specified on like one objective that we're gonna use on the model, right? So it's like because if we use a bigger model, it's gonna be hard for processing in the phone. Hey, got you.
Okay, so the on-device is basically have to be stupid. So they have to do only one thing and really, really good. Because if they can do a lot of things, the model size is going to be bigger and the power consumption is going to be a lot. So basically it's like if we use LLM, right, 5 gigabytes, they can do like sushi as well, but maybe not real time like this. And 5 gigabytes, and you need like the really new phones to do it. So on device is like privacy, stupid, do only one thing, and make it real time.
Okay, do we have another question? Anyone? Oh, เรามีจากสไลโดครับ
How do I protect? Okay. Oh, So it's about the security. So basically, you mean like how to send the privacy data over the internet, right? So in financial that I'm working on, they have a lot of stuff that you have to do, like the payload encryption, the certificate pinning. Yeah. So basically, the payload encryption should be cover a lot of stuff. So payload encryption is mean like instead you send the raw data over the internet, you have to encrypt it first. How to encrypt it? You will have a handshake process that talk to the server, and server send the public key to client, and you use that public key to encrypt the data, and you hash that data to make an integrity. So to make sure that no one, even they cannot decrypt it, but just to make sure that the data integrity is come from the client. So yeah, so that one of the answers. But basically, it's like we can talk about this one like the whole new session. So I can like make a summary for this. So payload encryption. Yeah.
Okay, I think that all. So thank you very much ครับ And for our last session, we're going to dive deep into AI video generation, a very exciting topic. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Chang Yi Lim, who will be presenting social media product video generation with Nano Banana and VO with AI Studio. Let's have a loud applause.
Okay. Command F1, is it? Okay, hello, good evening. I know it's the last session of the day and you are very excited to go back home, right? I'm also too excited, I forgot to leave my name here as well. So yeah, I'm Shang Yi, right? Right now I'm a staff engineer at a construction tech company, which has nothing to do with video generation, I know, but I thought it's something that you guys would be interested to learn, right? I'm sure on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, you have seen a lot of AI videos right nowadays, about crazy AI videos all over the place, right? So I've been looking at that and wondering how would you actually try to build one yourself. So it's more of a learning process to teach you what I've gone through in order to get it done, right? And see what is the outcome, right? So in my case, I wanted to try build a product generation video, right? Because more often than not, nowadays we see the trend move towards, instead of just random videos, we want to use it in a business use case, right? Which one of them would be ads for products, right? So this talk is really simple. First, you just have to enter your prompt of your video, and then you just get a video, right? So thank you very much. That's it. I was just joking, right? Right. Just as you enter a prompt and get the video, is the same like this gambling as well, right? For those of you who've been to casinos and press on the generate button, you will notice they are very similar in nature, right? In casino, you buy chips. In AI, you buy plans with tokens, or who knows, tokens in general. One, you spin the casino, one, you click on the generate button. You may hit the jackpot, you may not hit the jackpot, right? Of course, you get those flashing lights in the casino, but the AI will tell you, good job, that's great, good idea, right? All the time. And you call yourself a prompt engineer, but you're actually just a gambler, right? And because the first prompt doesn't work, you always ask, you prompt it again one more time. And end of the day, the AI always profits, right? And once you get something that you think it's correct, you'll probably be asking yourself, where did your money go, right? So here, I want to teach, or rather, I want to go through with you how this process is like for AI video generation. And let's try not to make it look like we are gambling. At least we have some strategic thinking that goes into place rather than just spamming the generate button, because let's face it, video generation is quite expensive, right? So we go through these these items. We'll talk about creative and storyboarding, generating Imagen and Nano Banana with AI Studio, and then we'll proceed to the actual video generation itself using, in this case, VO3, right? And the final product, right? So first things first is creatives and storyboarding. So more often than not, for me, you think that, okay, I just have to write a prompt and the video comes out, right? So all done and good, it should be as easy as that. But in actual fact, if you have too much money to spend, then you can probably go that route. But if you don't have money, or of course everyone's on a budget, right? You need to be more strategic towards trying to generate a video. And one of them is always creativity and storyboarding. Right. So people just think, okay, just enter a prompt and then that's it. You get the video and then it should be good. But in reality, it's a lot more complex than that. So this is a statistics that just came out of nowhere, right? You should spend most of your time planning and storyboarding, not generating prompts. I know you are itching to write the prompt to try to generate that video that you want, but in actual fact, you need to spend most of your time planning. And let's take a look at the non-AI video production workflow, so to speak, a more simplistic workflow. We involve a lot of different components. Of course, if you are an ad agency or you want to start producing ads for your customers, right, or your clients, you need to conceptualize your ad, your budgeting, your logistics. Where do we shoot this scene? What equipment do we need? Which actors are you hiring? Which non-human actors are you hiring? And all of those stuff, right? And it will probably take you a lot of time and effort just to get this set up right. And you'll most probably traverse between all these three stages in order to get something out, right? But in the AI version of this, you probably cut out a lot of the AV equipment because everything is AI, your logistic is gone. Your talent would be now your AI and your prompt engineers, right? And you no longer need to do location scouting. So you iterate a lot faster to build really cool scenes, and that will probably help you out in the long run. Right. So the first things first, we look at creativity and storyboarding. You want to be able to define the goals of your video, prepare your product and brand images, defining what sort of artistic style you're looking at, whether you want to build like a cinematographic style or you want to do an animation style, etc. Right. And this is me, I know. I like scary stuff, especially during Halloween, right? So in my case, I want to build like a short form video for a social media to promote my cat food. And I like cats, if you haven't noticed the cats that appear in the video a lot, right? I want to promote my happy cat treats. In this video, right, we know that users are always looking at the first 3 seconds before they swipe away to the next video. So it's important to actually capture the attention of the user within the first 3 seconds. At the same time, I want something scary because it's Halloween month, right? So you want to try to do that. And these are some of the really basic video parameters that I expect I would need, right? At least it's a less than a minute video, a portrait mode, or rather portrait view format of it, and at least 720p, right? And now with these video parameters, you can use this to generate your video itself. So first things first, like I mentioned, you need to do your storyboarding. In this case, a lot of the times you can do this with Imagen, which is one of Google's advanced AI models for image generation, and Nano Banana. So I'm sure most of you have heard of Nano Banana already, right? So in this case, you might not know it's the 2.5 flash, right? I think, yeah, it's called Nano Banana. And you can actually try all of this out for free in AI Studio, right? So this is where I promote Google's AI Studio to you, right? It's a really great place for you to explore all the models available. You don't have to go to Vertex AI, you don't have to go to GCP console to look for all the different models and stuff like that. You can do everything in one shot in this AI Studio page, right? And you can even, what's really cool is that you can use the app generation to help you set up your workflow, which I'm going to show you later on as well. And of course, most important, you want to manage your billing and budgets as well. And in case you want to go even more advanced, you can look at the documentations and everything all in one place, right? So we're going to show you a short demo of that later on. And you'll be wondering, why do we want to generate images? I thought we were talking about videos. Shouldn't we talk about video generation instead? But turns out more often than not, images are extremely important to help guide your video correctly so that it doesn't turn into some weird, crazy video. And most importantly, it saves a lot of money, right? If you don't have a good imagination like most tech people do, I assume, right? It helps you conceptualize, visualize what you want to generate, right? You could probably think of a really cool prompt, but end of the day, it could be something that is generated that could be lacking, right? So it gives you chances to fill in the gaps in your prompts so that you get a well thought out prompt before you start your video generation, right? So let's talk about Nano Banana itself. It's really good at editing images, combining images, and visualize your products in different scenes, which we'll do on later on, right? So this is one example where you can use AI Studio to help you generate. So I'm sure every one of you already know what this is, right? It's like super famous all over the world, even recently infamous, right? So let me just show you AI Studio. So what you can do on AI Studio, right? You can actually include, for example, yeah, this will do, right? In AI Studio, what you can do is that you can actually generate your, let me just zoom in. Let me just go back. Is it here? So this is AI Studio. For those who are not familiar with it, it gives you all the kind of options you would be able to play around with Google's AI models. So of course, you are very familiar with the chat interface, but what's really cool is that you have the build feature. So what I really like about the build is that you can describe the kind of workflows they want to do. If you're a social media ad agencies, what are the things you need before you start working on it? So you can start that itself. So one example is this AI Photo Studio. In this case, I say that I want like an app that helps me generate product photos, advertisement photos. And it gives me all the presets that I would need normally when you generate a product. So rather than you building it yourself or going to Vertex AI Studio and clicking on the model and trying out all the time, might as well you have some place where all the settings can be saved, all your workflows can be saved, and you can adjust accordingly based on your own requirements. So here's some of the images that I generated before, right? I took this inhaler thing, right? And then I saw this picture of a lady smelling something. So I asked it to generate based on the style of the image, and this is the outcome. Of course, you're wondering where the image lady is, but if you generate again, you get this, right? So I don't know who this lady is, but imagine doing this yourself. Let's say you were to hire someone to actually build, or rather someone do a film of this, right? You can actually send this image on VO and say, continue on with this video and see what you get, right? I took the same thing again. I added this herbal thing. It looks cool, right? And it gave me something like this, which I think is really cool, right? By the way, not sponsored, yeah? But if they're here in the house, I probably need another carton or so, yeah? But so back to the actual video that we want to generate, I wanted to do something for my cat, happy cat treats, right? So this is the product that I want to market, I want to advertise. And in this case, I want to use it in my videos and my other scenes. So in this case, I say remove the background and replace it with a green screen so that it can be used as reference for video generation. Sometimes you don't have to do this, but I think more often than not, it does a better job in videos, so you don't have those weird cropping that appears in videos. So this is one way that you can try it out. And for me, it worked, right? In this case, I also use, instead of using the original picture, I now use the green screen picture to generate a scene. In this case, I say, generate a photorealistic scene of the huge amount of product placed on the floor. The product is focused with mid-range shot, right? So you get this image itself. In this case, I want my video to have this cat appear in the pile of video. So I said that I want a hyper-realistic image of a black short-haired cat with the head popping out from the pile of cat treats. Take the reference from the cat and put it from image 2 and put it in image 1. Basically, it says that. So this is the outcome I get. Okay lah. I mean, I think looks decent. It could be better, but I got a bit tired. So yeah, so this is the final frame in the video that I'm going to show you later on. Right. So far, there's nothing scary here, which is great. And between Nano Banana and Imagen, which is another AI model that Google has, I tend to think that Imagen 4 is best at generating new scenes completely rather than editing existing scenes. And these are some of the features and capabilities that it supports. And in order to get really good images generated, you need to follow at least a few things. You need a style, a subject, and a context and background. Sounds simple, right? But you just don't put that and you expect the world will move the entire world for you, right? And let's take a look at this example. How many of you think this is AI? Anyone think this is AI? A few. The rest all think is real. Okay, the rest all think real probably can buy can get sold all the products. So this itself is AI generated, no surprise. And this is the prompt itself, right? You can see that the style is listed here, a cinematic photorealistic medium shot, capturing the nostalgic realm of a late 90s indie film. Look at the subject. If you notice that all of this, they enter really a lot of text, a lot of details that you most likely won't be thinking of. So you have to make sure you include exactly what you think you want. Or what you could do, a hack, is to take a photo or a scene from someone's video and put it in and ask it to describe this image as an idea for you to get it out, right? And it's important at the back here, natural film grain, a warm, slightly muted color palette to, give it more information as well. But these 4 things are the crucial steps to do it, right? So this one, level 2. Do you think this is AI or real? Real? 1, 2, 3, 4. Fake? Oh, then my mission has failed. Yes, but this actually is fake, right? And this is the prompt itself. If you notice, most of the prompt is on the surrounding scene rather than the actual cat. And you will notice that it gets better by just adding more detail. You just need to add more detail to the scene, right? So I'll share this later if you need the prompts, but yeah. But end of the day, what I wanted to do is that I want to promote my cat food video, right? In this case, I want a spooky and scary scene since I love horror so much. So first thing I did was to use Imagen to help me visualize the scene, turn ideas into actual visuals, and then we can use that image to slowly iterate to find the best scene that suits my video generation itself, right? As I mentioned, it's always cheaper tremendously by generating images rather than videos. So this is my prompt. A grainy, hyper-realistic 5mm digital video aesthetic. For me, I like those paranormal investigation kind of videos, those hidden footage, Blair Witch projects, those kind of horror movies, right? So in this case, I say I want it to look like an aesthetic, degraded security or camcorder footage. And in this case, I want it to point it towards and focus on the ceiling. The environment is a small, claustrophobic bedroom, right, with textures emphasized. Dusty surface, cheap wallpaper, right? Let's see how the scene looks like. Is it scary? Scary, right? So I said that, this is a really good scene that I can use for my video. So I just stick with this, right? And once you have your starting scene, I'm itching to actually start my video generation, right? So in this case, we're going to use VO3, and I'm going to go through 2 different models that VO3 has to offer for different use cases. So the 3.1 flash fast preview, right, supports the same across VO3 models, but what's really, what stands out here is that it's able to turn images into video, and you can generate videos from the first and last frames. We were going to do a lot in this exercise. And the next one is the 3.1 preview. The difference here is that it now allows reference image to video, right? Some of you may be wondering if you have worked with VO2 before, it does the same thing, but The only difference between VO2 and VO3 is that now VO3 supports audio, which is important for our ad, right? So in this case, I want to be able to reference images to video. In case, like most, or rather me, I'm not very good at writing prompts. So it's always best you can refine your prompt first before even generating images. And this is one of the few prompts that I use to help me generate this video. I can share with you where I got this later on. We have time later, right? But basically, you are an expert cinematographer, right? I pretend I'm really great. And then in this case, I say that preserve the core idea. In this case, you can say that because VO, you can generate different video lengths. So in this case, it could be 3 to 8 seconds. So you want to be able to generate a prompt that helps you manage this duration of your video. Use cinematic language. This is very important. Employ specific professional terminology, because none of us are cinematography guys, right? We don't really know the actual name of the shot. For example, orbit, pan, or close up or what. Nobody knows except for those really pro guys. So at least let the AI model help you out with that. And this is the output structure I want. The visual, one sentence high-level summary of the action and setting. The visuals are all split. If you notice, we split them into individual items. Nothing is all lumped together because we want to be able to describe in detail every single aspect of this. So this is the first scene that I want to build, right? Based on the picture that I used. I used back the same prompt, but as you can, if you notice, the visuals are the same. Hyper-realistic 5N digital video aesthetic, mimicking a degraded security camcorder. And these are some of the details that is auto-generated for me via the AI prompt. Right. So are you ready for the video? Let's see how it looks like. Hopefully got audio. Got audio. Can we get audio? Maybe I'll just do it again. So what do you think? Pretty nice, right? Yeah, just one more time. Okay, so next slide. So if you notice, this doesn't look like cat food to me, right? This is not my product, right? It's something totally different. So what do we now tell VO? How do I describe my product in the actual sense? I want this person holding the actual product. In this case, how do we do this? In this case, now we fall back to Nano Banana. We ask Nano Banana to help me replace the product, replace the item in the video and turn it into my item. So in this case, after I included a reference image for the cat treats, it now holds the cat treat, right? Pretty cool, right? So although this works, now what happens to all the frames in between? Right? From the starting frame to the ending scene, you don't want it to suddenly jump from a bag of Lay chips to, that looks like a Cheeto, but all the way to a treats, right? So how do we solve this? So this is where VO 3.1 fast preview comes in to help you fill the gaps. In this case, since it supports generation of the first frame or the last frame, we can now replace this scene. In this case, I say that I use the same, you don't really have to use the same prompt now because in this scene is really empty. You just say, the camera moves towards the pair of glowing eyes as a hand is seen lifting up a packet of treats in hand. So I provide this scene and the last scene, right? Then this is the video that is generated. So now I already have my video in between. So now you can replace the part of, cut off the part where it's not a cat treat with this portion of the picture, video, right? Now we have done with that, we will proceed with the next scene of the video. The next scene is we want to pour the cat food into the bowl so that the cat can eat. So we can, of course, use VO 3.1 fast preview to help you generate even more. So again, in this case, I only use the first frame. the first frame, which is the last frame of the first video. And in this case, I add the prompt here at the bottom. The transition reveals the aggressive and angry cat waiting by its empty bowl before the camera tracks the hand down towards smoothly as it lowers the cat treat down to show it being poured into an empty ceramic bowl. So in this case, I want to also add the SFX sound, some sound effects, the crinkle of the packet of food, and the dry pour sound of the treats hitting the ceramic bowl. So I want some sound as well, right? In this case, I don't want any music at all. So this is the outcome. Right? Not bad, right? So again, as you have seen earlier on, those two scenes are small scenes. We cannot give them large scenes because it will go a bit crazy. So it's always manage your workflow step by step. So you at least have half a video that is working like a safe state, a safe game. And then you can proceed further building your scene later on, right? So now, again, one thing I've noticed is that VO3 or video is hard to express emotions, especially non-human things, in this case, a cat. So don't waste your tokens trying to get this right. I wasted a lot trying to get the cat to smile. So in the end, I went back to Nano Banana to help me out. I used the image as reference. In this case, I want the black cat to smile like, oh, sorry, this was a video one, white cat. Let me show you the white cat. So this white cat I saw the other day on Instagram. I was like, wow, this cat really smiles like a really smiling cat. So I said, I want my cat to smile like this. Make it smile. This is as close as you can get. For me, this is good enough. Obviously, you can try to fine-tune it even more. But for me, this is as close as I can get. And I want to proceed on with this scene. Right? Now, this is a scene that I want to end. Start with this. After the cat has eaten some food, it suddenly appears in a pile of food. I know it's a bit too sudden transition. But you can do that with 3.1 fast preview as well. So how do we transition? In this case, in this scene, it's a little bit different. A glossy cat enveloped by a divine celestial light and transported to a whimsical cloud-filled heavenly expanse, populated by surreal floating objects and animals before the cat falls. So in this case, you will notice that in the visuals, I mentioned that I want to see the background turns into a sky filled with clouds, and then you have pumpkins, fish, broccoli, chicken. You know, I'm trying to describe that the product contains these sort of ingredients that is good for the cat, right? And then with hyper-realism aesthetic, right? So this is a lot to see. So let's take a look at the video itself, right? So for me, the hardest part is actually this Dutch tilt. I have no idea what Dutch tilt is, but it's automatic generated, but it gives me the correct transition I want, especially the last scene. So I don't know whether I have some failed videos that I could look up for you, but this is the audio that I want. I want to hear a purr sound for the cat and a whoosh when the cat got summoned to the heavens, something like that, right? So let's take a look at the end scene of the video. Okay, so let me play again. I think a bit laggy. So that's the end part of the video, right? So of course, what's an ad without someone speaking, right? In this case, you can use the 2.0, 2.5 Pro TTS text-to-speech to help you out. I'm sure you all heard of the AI voices all the time on TikTok, which is a bit annoying. So maybe I can show you a few tricks to try to make it not so crazy. But one of the few things is just change the temperature as crazy as you want. So the maximum is 2. to help you out as well. And you have a system prompt that you can input to help. So this is the styles instruction. You are a voice actor specializing in product advertisement. In this case, read it in a frantic and panicked and afraid voice as to caution and warn the person with urgency. Something is going to be bad, right? In this case, this is the text that I want. And of course, I set the temperature and 2. So here, right, this is also in AI Studio. You can actually change the different voices to see how it will look like. So I think this is the final video. Are you ready for the final video?
จากโหดเป็นน่ารักปลอบเหนียวตัวแสบด้วยขนมแฮปปี้แฮปปี้แฮปปี้รสชาติที่ปรับตัวจิ๋ว
Right. So, thank you. So this is the entire video itself. Let me see if I have some failed scenes that I have. Failed scenes. This is what? Oh, I wanted to actually try something a bit more sinister, but I thought maybe...
Feed your cat hoppy cat treats, or else.
Yeah, this is a bit more sinister, but I think it doesn't look like a product advertisement. So, okay, so let's take a look at a few lessons end of the day before you head back, right? Next, go on next. Lessons learned for me. Don't start with video generation, which is obvious by now. Plan your scenes with Nano Banana Imagen as much as possible so you don't waste tokens on video generating. Vertex, if you use GCP a lot and you know that you can use the model garden to try play around, it does not keep your video prompts. So if you have a really good prompt, it doesn't, if you close the tab, it's gone, right? And beware of Vertex AI Studio reset settings. By default, they will generate 4 videos for you. And each video in the VO3 preview, it's for 40 cents US dollar. So imagine you're generating about like $6 worth of video for 4, which actually cost me a lot at the start. When I transitioned over to to AI Studio, where you can actually have code to prevent it from, where you can hard code your settings, then you are sure that it doesn't actually generate 4 videos at once, right? Use AI Studio to build your video stage so that you can customize your own managed workflow. I'm sure everyone have their own workflow, what works, what doesn't work. You can use AI Studio to help you build that app, which I think this is here's one example of it. So here I have a basic one to help you add and start video and end video to help you generate your frames, to help you generate videos from there, rather than you have to manually get the frames from each video. So use AI Studio to help you figure out how you can have a consistent workflow around. Right. Use VO3 Flash Preview first last frame for control consistency. You want scenes to be consistent from start to end. So you don't want suddenly it jumps from a hyper-realistic scene to a non-realistic scene, right? So use your frames to help you guide that itself. In case you need to generate transition scenes, for example, from one scene jump to the second scene, you don't know what to do in between, you can use the first frame and the last frame to help you ease towards that transition. As you can see earlier on from the cat entering the dark door and then the cat foot being pawed, those are 2 different videos, right? But they look more seamless, right? If you can't get expressions done right, use Nano Banana to generate and then use it as a guide, as a reference image for VO3. Last but not least, I think this is really cool. Use Flow for prompt ideas and free quota as well. So I forgot to mention AI Studio already has free quota that resets every day. But Flow is also another part of the VO generation by Google. It's actually the same thing. So this itself, right, gives you more ideas. You can actually generate videos directly, but But this is, I think, more expensive, I think. But basically, what I really like is you can look at the Flow TV for ideas, right? If you don't know what sort of prompts to use, this runs on VO3. If you want to build something like this, right, you can look at the prompts provided at the bottom, right? So these are some things that you can take a look and explore whether it's something you want to do. Where is it? In case, let's say, you want to create an ad that looks something like this, you can use all of these prompts that is given here to help you out, right? But what I really like about the AI cinematographer thing, right, is because I actually used the prompt here. I actually entered the text here and realized that it doesn't really do great, and then they have this expand button. Let me just zoom in. So here you will see that I have cinematic, film noir, action figure. If you click and let me show you again. Let's expand. And I click on this. You'll notice it's the exact same prompt that I used in my generation. So you can use this to help you out with your generation outside of Flow itself. So that's one tip hack I would say you can try using. AI Studio for free quota. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Changili Yim, so much for the amazing session on AI video generation. Next, we will do a quick Q&A. So,
any questions?
let me see. Right now, we don't have question on Slido. Do anyone have a question?
Sorry?
Sorry.
Slides. Oh, yeah. Where's the question and answer slide that they can scan?
พี่ฝนครับขอสไลด์ด้วย we have technical issue with like Wi-Fi right now.
I think they have a technical issue with Wi-Fi, so maybe if you want, you can ask directly on the floor. You need to plug it in. No?
AirPlay. Okay, the Slido is on.
No question?
No questions for now. I think they're still typing vigorously on their phone.
Oh, yeah, we have. วิ่งไมค์ได้ไหมครับวิ่งไมค์วิ่งเองนะครับ
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to ask, is this more like a prompt engineer, like the way it works? Is it more a prompt engineer or more of a computer or programmer thing with the prompts of the video and images?
Just to make sure I understand you correctly, you're asking whether the prompt should be well written in English or something?
No, I'm asking like in prompt engineering, it's always learn about this and how to make videos.
How do you learn about this in prompt engineering? Is it for VO itself?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Do I have a slide? No. Right. So actually, if you go to VO, this is a mango sticky rice attempt lah. Okay, VO3. If you go to the VO3 documentation, right? Video generation. You can look at the VO prompting guide. Oh wait, yeah. Can we switch back or F1?
Oh yeah.
Is it?
switch จอ โอ้ขอโทษครับ switch จอ
Okay.
Oh wait, let me press again F1. Yeah. So you just go to Google and just search for VO3. Just search for VO3. And then you go to the explore documentation, right? And inside video generation here, you can see like a prompt guide. So the prompt will tell you almost very similar things, which is your subject, action style, camera positioning, motion. Even for Imagen and Gemini, you can also look at this article for the guide, right? Yeah. So this is a really good way for you to try learning. Another way I would think is if you don't know the prompts for image generation, just go at Google and search for images you like or videos of someone you like. Take a snapshot of that and throw it inside 2.5 Pro and say, can you describe this for VO3? Or describe this for Gemini or Nano Banana? Then it will help you out as well, right?
There are also audience asking for the presentation slide.
Yeah. So I'll share with the presentation slide with the organizers, and then they will distribute to all of you, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But since we are here, right, might as well I share it right now. Let me see. Okay, this is the link. Let me paste here for a while. Share. Create QR code. Can see it? Right, just scan this. If you can't scan it, we will still ask the organizers to send it out anyway. So, yeah. So, is there any more questions?
Yeah,
no more? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And after this, please welcome Phi Folk and Phi Phon for our Lucky Door session.
เปิดเพลงคอเลย โอเคครับก็ก่อนจะจบงานในวันนี้นะครับก็ขอรบกวนทุกท่านนะครับที่ยังอยู่ณที่นี้ครับรบกวนกรอกฟีดแบ็กฟอร์มให้กับทางคอมมูนิตี้ด้วยนะครับก็ถ้าใครชื่นชอบงานดีๆแบบนี้นะครับก็อยากให้มีงานแบบนี้อีกครั้งในอนาคตนะครับก็สามารถพิมพ์ฟีดแบ็กกันมาได้เลยนะครับแล้วก็หากวันนี้มีอะไรที่ชื่นชอบเป็นพิเศษหรือมีอะไรที่อยากรู้สึกว่าทางผู้จัดงานเนี่ยครับน่าจะแบบว่าปรับปรุงให้ดีขึ้นได้อีกนะครับก็สามารถพิมพ์มาได้เลยนะครับแล้วก็ในหน้าสุดท้ายของ Feedback Form นะครับก็จะมีให้กรอกชื่อเล่นนะครับกับตัวเลขนำโชคของเราเนาะเราจะเอาตรงนั้นนะครับมาทำการสุ่ม Lucky Draw ครับของรางวัลจำนวน10รางวัลด้วยกันนะครับเป็น Keycap นะครับลาย Gemini แล้วก็ลาย GDG นะครับก็สามารถเอาไปกดเล่นกันได้เลยสนุกๆจำนวน10รางวัลนั่นเองนะครับก็ตรงนี้ใช้เวลาในการทำแบบสอบถามประมาณสัก5นาทีแล้วกันนะครับ
โ งหมด 10 รางวัลด้วยกันนะครับ เป็นพวงกุญแจคีย์แคปเนาะลาย Gemini แล้วก็ลาย GDG นะครับหากันกดปุ๊บมีไฟด้วยนะครับ
โอเคครับก็งานดีๆแบบนี้ครับจะเกิดขึ้นไม่ได้เลยนะครับถ้าเราขาดสปอนเซอร์ที่สุดแสนใจดีไปนะครับใครนะครับครับ
ใจดีสุดๆขนาดนี้ก็ต้อง KBTG อยู่แล้วนะครับที่ให้สปอนเซอร์เมนูสวยๆแบบนี้นะครับแล้วก็สะดวกสบายสุดๆนะครับใจกลางเมือง KBTG นี่เป็นบริษัทแบบไหนครับพี่มกเป็น
บริษัทเกี่ยวกับด้านเทคของทางฝั่งของธนาคารกรุงไทยหรือ KBank ที่เรารู้จักกันได้เองนะครับครับก็สำหรับใครที่มองหางานด้านเกี่ยวกับทางด้านเกี่ยวกับสายเทคนะครับก็สามารถลองเข้าไปดูในเว็บไซต์ของทาง KBTG ได้นะครับเผื่อจะมีโอกาสได้ร่วมงานกับทางบริษัทที่มีความสามารถเนาะในการพัฒนาให้เราเนี่ยไปต่อได้ในอนาคตนะครับโอเคก็มีท่านใดยังไม่ได้กรอกฟีดแบ็กฟอร์มไหมครับหรือยังกรอกไม่เสร็จสามารถยกมือได้เลยครับ
อ๋อยังมีอยู่
โอเคเดี๋ยวเราจะ
รอก่อนนะครับ
เดี๋ยวให้เวลาอีกประมาณสัก1 นาทีแล้วกันนะครับ
ครับผม
ขอเช็คอีกทีนะครับตอนนี้ทุกคนเรียบร้อยแล้วหรือยังนะครับโอเคเดี๋ยวขอทางทีมงานทำการโปรเซสรายชื่อหลังบ้านสักครู่หนึ่งนะครับ
แล้วก็มีสารเพิ่มเติมนะครับ
โอเคครับก็เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตขายทาง KBTG เพิ่มสักครู่นึงนะครับสปอนเซอร์สุดแสนใจดีของเรานั่นเองนะค
ส
รับ
ปอนเซอร์สุดแสนใจดีนะครับมีสารฝากมาบอกว่าถ้าเกิดสนใจงานด้าน AI Data นะครับ KBDG เนี่ยถูกแรงเป็น World Top 3 Organization that leverage data and AI to create positivity impact โดยทาง Forrester นะครับซึ่งเป็นองค์กร researcher อันดับโลกเลยนะครับก็เป็นถ้าใครสนใจงานแนวนี้นะครับก็ทาง KBDG ได้เลยนะครับผม
โอเคครับก็มาถึงช่วงเวลาที่ทุกคนน่าจะรอคอยสำหรับวันนี้กันแล้วนะครับก็เดี๋ยว
ยังไม่เสียบจอครับ
นะครับก็รอทางหน้าจอสักครู่หนึ่งครับอีกอึดใจเดียวเท่านั้น
ได้ครับอุ้ยสปอยหรือเปล่า
โอเคครับก็มาครับเราก็จะทำการสุ่มนะครับแต่ก็อันดับแรกขออนุญาตปรับจอหนึ่ง
รอบนี้เราใช้ Python ในการสุ่มนะครับรอบที่แล้วเราใช้ภาษาอะไรนะ
Python เหมือนกัน
รอบที่แล้ว Python เหมือนกัน
โอเคเนาะก็เราจะสุ่มแบบง่ายๆแล้วกันนะครับเราทำการเอาชื่อทุกคนนะครับมาใส่ไฟล์ text ไว้แบบง่ายๆเลยโอเคครับผมก็ใน Python นะครับหลายๆคนอาจจะรู้เนาะว่าเซตเนี่ยมันมีคุณสมบัติแปลกๆอยู่ตัวหนึ่งนะครับเวลาเราสั่งให้มันป๊อปอะไรออกมาจากเซตเนาะมันจะป๊อปออกมาแบบสุ่มๆนั่นเองนะครับจนครบเนาะก็คนนี้ผมอธิบายให้เพื่อความโปร่งใสแล้วกันนะครับก็ทำการโหลดชื่อทุกคนนะครับเข้าไปในเซตตัวหนึ่งนั่นเองแล้วก็เราก็จะสุ่มผู้โชคดีออกมา10ท่านด้วยกันนะครับก็อยากลุ้นแบบทีเดียวหรือว่าอยากตื่นเต้นทีละคนดีครับทีละคนโอเคได้ครับก็เดี๋ยวเรามาเริ่มที่ผู้โชคดีคนแรกกันนะครับอันนี้คือรายชื่อทั้งหมดในเซตนะครับจะมีดอนหายสักครู่
ไม่ได้
ขายคำคนแรกออกมาแล้วนะครับคุณไบรท์99983ครับ
ยินดีด้วยนะครับผม
เดี๋ยวรอครบทั้ง10ท่านก่อนก็ได้นะครับ
ลงมารับทีเดียวกันครับ
ท่านต่อไปครับคุณ KK130103 นะครับคนที่3ของเราคุณเวเลน23460นะครับคนที่4ครับคุณยูกิ5002ครับคนที่6ครับคุณคนที่5ครับโทษทีคุณXV Sim นะครับคนต่อไปเป็นใครครับน้องกาฟิวให้กดบ้าง
กดแล้ว
Enter
คนที่6นะครับคุณปีเตอร์25888นะครับแล้วก็คนที่7เลยครับคุณแตงกวา12345มา3คนสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับพี่โฟกครับผมคนที่8ครับคุณซีโร่ฟิก้า
42อีก2คนครับอีก2
คนครับคุณ
แพท37063ครับแล้วก็ผู้โชคดีคนสุดท้ายของเราในวันนี้นะครับเป็น
แทม
คุณเป้111นะครับขอเชิญผู้โชคดีทั้ง10ท่านมาข้างหน้าด้วยนะครับ
ยินดีด้วยนะครับผม
เป็นการกดโค้ด1บรรทัดที่ลุ้นระทึกในทุกรอบเลยนะครับสำหรับผู้เข้ารอบชมในวันนี้โอเคครับก็เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตถ่ายรูปรับของรางวัลนิดนึงนะครับเดี๋ยวเรียงกันข้างหน้าก็ได้ครับ
We have Gemini and GDG
สำหรับคนที่ได้รับของรางวัลก็เดี๋ยวรบกวนอยู่ถ่ายรูปกันสักครู่หนึ่งนะครับครับเป็นพวงกุญแจคีย์แคปนะครับที่สามารถกดแล้วก็มีไฟได้นะครับ
ครับผมกดมีไฟเป็น RGB เลยครับ
ครับ
โอ้เดี๋ยวเชิญพี่ฝนถ่ายรูปกับผู้โชคดีนะครับช่างภาพขอให้บีบเข้ามาหน่อยครับบีบเข้ามาหน่อย
อย่า compact นะครับ compact
ได้ไหมครับ